Hi guys, it's me, ChazRHD, and welcome to race day here at the 2022 Belgian Grand Prix here at Spa Francorchamps for what is going to be, I think, a very exciting Grand Prix in Belgium. Hope all you guys are doing well, by the way, after what was a anticlimactic qualifying session, I guess you could say, because of the amount of penalties we had. It was exciting to a certain extent, but in terms of the battle for pole position and that, wasn't the greatest conclusion to qualifying yesterday. But with the grid we have for today's Grand Prix, it's going to be a very exciting Grand Prix. Not just because you'll have faster cars coming through the field, but we have at least 3 proper contenders to win today's race at Spa. Maybe 4. Obviously, we'll see how the Mercedes cars do as well, so you never know what could happen there. And the midfield is going to be absolutely crazy today because it is completely turned around from what you would see normally. The grids look like normally in the midfield especially. So, yeah, it is going to be a very exciting Grand Prix. Plenty of stories will be had over the course of the race. And I cannot wait to get into that in just under 2 hours from now. And just to let you guys know what the plan of today's stream is. So for the next, say, hour and a half, we're going to get into the race preview and go through all the teams and how they did in qualifying and look at the data from qualifying in terms of sector times and maximum speeds. The speed traps and that we normally look at. And also, I will look at the race pace data from Friday, from practice 2, which might give an indication as to who you could expect to be quick and maybe not so quick in today's Grand Prix. And yeah, we'll go through all the teams and I'll preview how I think they'll get on. And I will, as I go on, give my prediction basically for how I think things will play out here at Spa. And then, in about an hour and a half's time, my co-commentator, Niblo, should be joining me. And he will be, thankfully, joining me for what's going to be an exciting Grand Prix today. For the, final 25-30 minutes or so of build-up going into the race. And then, of course, at 2 p.m. UK time, which is in an hour and 57 minutes from now, it will be lights out at Spa. And then once the race finishes, which if there's no safety cars, long safety car periods or red flags, then it should finish about 20 to 4 p.m. UK time. So an hour after the race finishes, up until, say, probably 5 p.m. UK time at the absolute latest, I will be reacting with you guys to what happened in the Belgian Grand Prix. So pretty much, I'm going to be live for the next, say, 5 hours today. So, cannot wait for it. And I hope you guys will join me today in previewing, watching along, and reacting to today's Belgian Grand Prix. And I hope you're all doing well. No matter what time it is in your part of the world, no matter how you're doing at the minute, I hope you're all having the best day you possibly could be having, given whatever circumstances you're all going through. And yeah, I think we're going to have a good day today. Certainly, the last Grand Prix in Hungary was, to be honest, for a Hungarian Grand Prix, pretty exciting, but I think this will probably be one of the most exciting Grand Prix of the season so far because of the grid we have, and obviously these new regulations have helped the cars be able to follow a lot closer, and we know that you're able to overtake from previous eras here at Spa quite easily. So, yeah, we're going to see a lot today of action on the track. But let's first, before we get to anything else, get into the qualifying results from yesterday. Now, one thing I must say, before I get into reading out the results, is, the starting grid is quite a bit different from the actual results of qualifying, and I will make sure once I've gone through the results to say what the starting grid is. Obviously, right before the race actually starts, I will show on screen with my starting grid graphic that I have that you guys have seen before. I will show what the grid is on screen, but yeah, we'll get into that right about now. So in terms of the results of qualifying, Max Verstappen ended up quickest by 6.5 tenths of a second. He was clearly the best driver yesterday in qualifying. Carlos Sainz second in the Ferrari. He, of course, will start the race on pole position because of Max Verstappen's penalty. Perez didn't qualify, finished in third place. And then it was Leclerc 4th, Ocon 5th, Alonso 6th, Hamilton 7th, Russell 8th, Albon 9th, and Lando Norris in P10. And then the rest of the order was Daniel Ricciardo, Pierre Gasly, Zhou Guanyu, Lance Stroll, Mick Schumacher, Sebastian Vettel, Nicholas Latifi, Kevin Magnussen, Yuki Tsunoda, and Valtteri Bottas. That was the entire field in qualifying. And yeah, the starting grid is miles different. So the starting grid, we actually thought when F1, went to sleep last night, 10, 11 o'clock, I'm guessing, for most people, maybe most people watching, who knows. We pretty much knew what the starting grid was for the Grand Prix, but there has been another change to the starting grid because about, how long ago was it? Probably about an hour ago, it was announced that Yuki Tsunoda has taken an engine penalty that because it was not approved by the FIA technical delegate, that means Tsunoda has to start from the back of the grid and will not just be starting at the back, he'll be starting from the pit lane. Quite convenient with Max Verstappen originally only 2 positions behind on the grid compared to Tsunoda, but there you go. Make of that what you will. So the starting grid for today's Grand Prix is Carlos Sainz on pole, Perez second, Alonso third, Hamilton 4th, Russell 5th, Albon 6th, and then Ricciardo 7th, Gasly 8th, Stroll 9th, Vettel 10th, Latifi 11th, Magnussen 12th, Bottas 13th, Verstappen 14th, Leclerc 15th, Ocon 16th, Norris 17th, Zhou Guanyu 18th, Mick Schumacher in 19th, and then Tsunoda 20th / starting from the pit lane. That is the official starting grid for today's Grand Prix, unless someone else takes a penalty in the next, hour and 50 minutes, which, to be honest, I don't see why you would unless you had a last-minute problem. But, yeah, that is your starting grid, and again, quite a bit different from what it was in qualifying. And I think we'll just get straight into it and start with the top teams. And what we're going to do is we're going to get into the top teams, the top 3 teams, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, and then we will get into the data such as, again, sector time data from qualifying yesterday and the speed trap data to see who was just so quick down the straights here at Spa, and also to see who we need to look at when it comes to overtaking today with, who has good straight line speed and maybe who doesn't, and who could be at risk of being overtaken quite a bit today. And also we'll get into the race pace data from Friday practice 2 as well. But we'll start with the top 3 teams and start with Red Bull Racing. And Red Bull do have, even though Sergio Perez did not finish in second, I think because of a mistake on his final lap, or one of his final laps in Q3. We didn't actually see it in the live on the broadcast, so I think it may have been somewhere we just didn't see it. But Red Bull clearly have the quickest car this weekend. Max Verstappen 6.5 tenths clear of Carlos Sainz in qualifying. Now, a part of that gap is due to Verstappen being so good. It is. I'd say probably a couple tenths of a second is Max just being so confident in that car and being such a great driver for a circuit like this. But most of it is definitely due to the Red Bull car, with it having such good straight line speed and just being so comfortable to drive around a track like this. So yeah, not really a surprise that Max Verstappen ended up qualifying first, but he obviously will start 14th on the grid, meaning Sergio Perez will start in second. And Red Bull, even though it's, second and 14th on the grid for them, they are still the clear favourites to win today. And I still think Max Verstappen can win today. I don't think he will win the race today, but I think he's got a pretty decent chance still, probably a 30%, maybe even more, a 40% chance of winning today's Grand Prix from 14th on the grid. It does depend a lot on how he does on the first lap and how many positions he can gain on the first lap or two. But what I think will happen is, because Red Bull have such great straight line speed, and with Perez in second behind Sainz, what Perez needs to do is just make sure he gets, a decent enough start. Doesn't need to be absolutely amazing. Of course, the run to La Source, the first corner, is, it's not that long of a run, is it? It's one of the shortest runs on the calendar. What he needs to make sure of is that he isn't under threat or under attack from Alonso, Hamilton and Russell just behind, so he can concentrate on Sainz. And all he's got to do, essentially, is get a equal or better run out of the first corner, and then as they go through Eau Rouge and Raidillon onto the Camel Straight on the first lap, with the straight line speed that the Red Bull has, with also Perez being in the slipstream, he really should then overtake Sainz into Les Combes, which is turn 5, and be then in the lead of the Grand Prix. And if he does do that, even though I think between Perez and Sainz in this race it'll be close, it's not going to be, I don't think Perez is going to destroy Sainz today and be finishing 20, 30 seconds ahead of him, unless, of course, Ferrari do their usual thing. It's going to be close, but with Perez ahead of Sainz, I don't see really how Carlos Sainz can overtake Sergio Perez. So getting ahead of Sainz on the first lap is absolutely critical, because I think if Carlos does stay ahead at the end of lap 1, it can build like a second or so lead to Sergio Perez, then Sainz has a decent chance then of winning the race and at least keeping the lead for quite a while in the Grand Prix and giving himself a very good chance of winning the race later on. So for Perez, got to make sure he essentially does what Sebastian Vettel did here in 2018, where Vettel qualified second just behind Lewis Hamilton, and Ferrari that year was way quicker in a straight line, and he just simply got a slightly better run out of turn 1, and then with the slipstream and extra power from the Ferrari, just powered past on the Camel Straight, got into the lead, and he won by, I think, a few seconds that day, as the Ferrari was just too quick. So, yeah, that's essentially what Sergio Perez has to do. And if he does get into the lead, then, yeah, just hold Sainz back. If he can try and build a couple second lead, that would be great. If, if he could do that. And then, from Red Bull's point of view, just make sure they get the strategy right with Perez and not do anything too wild or stupid, which of course Red Bull don't normally do, because the girl who does, or the woman, sorry, who does the strategy at Red Bull, I think, is it Hannah Schmitz, I think it is? Is that her name? She is an incredible strategist. So, yeah, don't see really them making a mistake on that end. So, that's what Perez has got to do. What has Max Verstappen got to do to win this Grand Prix? If, if he can win this Grand Prix, what would need to happen, I guess you could say, for him to do that? Well, he needs to be probably 10th or 11th on the beginning of lap 2, because then he'll only have to overtake, 5 or 6 more midfield cars to then get into the top 5 with, the 5 front-running teams, basically, or 5 other front-running cars out there, or be, in the 5 front-running cars in the race. So, yeah, if he can get 10th or 11th on the first lap, that would be great. And then I would say by lap 10, Verstappen needs to be probably 5th by lap 10. If he was to be any higher than that, then wow, that would be incredible. But yeah, by lap 10, he needs to be in 5th place. And then what I would do with Red Bull on strategy is I would start him on the soft compound tyre, even though it is a lot hotter today at Spa. You may remember me telling you at the very start of qualifying that the track temperature at Spa was 20 degrees Celsius, which is quite cold for what is normal for F1 races, because obviously when F1 goes to a country for a race, normally it is quite hot or a hot time of year. So yeah, yesterday was abnormally cold, I think, for a dry session. But today it's going to be the track temperature probably 7 or 8 degrees Celsius, at least hotter, the track temperature. So even though if he starts on a soft compound tyre, even though that won't be as great of a choice if it was as cool as it was yesterday, I think Verstappen has to start on that tyre if he's going to fly through the field and fly through the midfield, firstly, as quickly as possible. And I can tell you that Max Verstappen has 2 fresh new sets of soft compound tyres. So he has the ability today to attack if needs be later on as well, not just at the start of the race. But what I would do is, yeah, start on the soft compound tyre, because he needs to get his way through those midfield cars as soon as possible. And then basically just have Max push as hard as possible into his first pit stop, which will probably be lap 15 or something like that. Because once he's got through all those midfield cars, I don't think he'll have probably that much tyre grip left with his car. So probably best to be then coming into the pits. And then if by when he makes his first pit stop, if he's only like 10 to 12 seconds off the lead, he could absolutely win the Grand Prix from there, because we know he'd be able to catch up a 10 to 12 second lead. Let's say Sergio Perez, if he's in first, has to Verstappen, because Verstappen is able to gain that time over a 30 lap distance. I'd probably say the same for Carlos Sainz as well. So yeah, that's what Verstappen needs to do essentially to win the Grand Prix. Make sure by lap 10 he's in P5, and then let's say after the conclusion of the first pit stops, he needs to be at most 12 seconds off the lead. And if he's in that position, then he could absolutely win the Grand Prix. Would he win the Grand Prix? I mean, it still would be difficult, but I think definitely would have a very good chance then of taking victory. But I do think Red Bull will win today. My prediction for Red Bull is that Sergio Perez will win the Grand Prix and Max Verstappen will finish in most likely third, but honestly I could see him nabbing second by the end of the race. One thing that will be interesting to see, obviously, is the race pace comparison between Red Bull and Ferrari. I will get into a comparison kind of in a moment between Red Bull and Ferrari when it comes to race pace from Friday, even though the conditions were quite a bit different to what we're going to see today. But one thing I can say with the race, and in terms of Ferrari's thoughts going into the race, is that they believe that Red Bull aren't looking too great when it comes to tyre wear. So Ferrari, I think, who are probably running maybe not more downforce than Red Bull, but they're, still running a decent amount of downforce. Their hope, Ferrari, is that in the much warmer temperatures, they can keep their tyres together a bit more than Red Bull, and that'll give Ferrari some sort of either advantage over Red Bull, or bring them closer to Red Bull than they would have been in, say, other conditions, cooler conditions that wouldn't see extra tyre wear. So yeah, we'll see when it comes to that. But Red Bull definitely the team to beat today, and even though I think Ferrari still have a decent chance of winning today, I think it will be pretty hard still to stop the Red Bull team, searching for their 10th win of the season so far. If they were to win today, that would be 10 wins in 14 races. You'd think they, with that type of record, if they do go on and get that by the end of the Grand Prix, you'd think that Red Bull had a car that was way quicker than everyone else for the whole season, but we know that has not been the case. But let's now go on to the Ferrari team. And yeah, qualifying yesterday, they were quite poor, to be honest. Even though Verstappen had his penalty and Carlos Sainz did do a good job to get ahead of Perez to start today's race on pole position, the lack of pace in qualifying was quite alarming for the Ferrari team. And yeah, they were, after qualifying, they sounded quite worried, to be honest, about the pace of not just Red Bull, but Max Verstappen as well. And I think even Carlos Sainz said that Verstappen is still a massive threat to him in terms of winning the Grand Prix today. So it just shows you what the Ferrari drivers think of, how this race is going to go, and just the difference in pace we've seen so far this weekend between Red Bull and Ferrari. But what do Ferrari need to do if they're going to win the race today? Well, one thing I will say quickly is Charles Leclerc, even though, very quick driver, very, very good driver, there's no doubt about it, and of course won here brilliantly in 2019, because Verstappen's ahead of him on the grid, and I think Red Bull will just have a better car today, I don't see Leclerc winning today. I think his chances of winning the race today are at best 5-10%. I'd be very surprised, to be honest, if Leclerc won the race today. To be honest, I'd be surprised if Leclerc got on the podium in the second Ferrari there, considering Leclerc also yesterday, even though he didn't do a final proper run in qualifying in Q3, Leclerc wasn't that quick yesterday in qualifying. So yeah, I don't really see Leclerc fighting for the victory. I think a good result for him would be, again, a podium. For Carlos Sainz, though, how can he win the Grand Prix? Obviously, getting away in first place into turn 1, and then somehow holding back Sergio Perez from getting ahead of him into Les Combes, turn 5, on lap 1 at the end of the Camel Straight. If he somehow keeps the lead and then is able to build over a second gap to Perez so that Perez won't have DRS from the back of Carlos Sainz, then I think Carlos could, by the time we get to the first pit stop, build a decent lead to Perez of 2 or 3 seconds. So I think it's definitely possible that if he does keep the lead on the end of the first lap, or by the end of the first lap, that there is a chance he could have a decent lead going into the first round of pit stops. But this is the problem for Ferrari, is when we get to the first round of pit stops, it's still going to be close to a certain extent with Perez, between Perez and Sainz. And we know the Ferrari are so clumsy when it comes to their strategy. Not just clumsy, but just absolutely terrible. They have no clue what they're doing pretty much all the time. And if it's close between Ferrari and Red Bull, you can guarantee that things won't go swimmingly. So we'll see what happens there. Obviously, if they're going to win today, a massive or big enough strategy mistake that costs them a position or two cannot happen. But whether it will happen, we'll have to see with Ferrari. Most of the time, when it does get close with another team and they got to make a critical decision, to be honest, most of the time it does actually tend to happen that they cock things up. But yeah, we'll see what happens there. If they are somehow able to keep the lead, though, and they have a decent lead of 2 or 3 seconds, and they are on good tyres compared to Perez, maybe a lap fresher or the same tyre life, then simply what Carlos has to do is just control the race from out front. One thing I also was going to get into with Red Bull that I actually forgot to just then was how many stops are we expecting today at Spa? I did say yesterday that it would be a one-stop race for the teams today. That might still be the case for 90% of the drivers, but I do think there is a chance that Max Verstappen could do a two-stop because he has two sets of soft compound tyres, and maybe they will just go very aggressive with him on strategy to get him, on fresh tyres towards the end of the Grand Prix to be able to attack, whether it be Perez or Sainz. We'll have to see when it comes to that, but it should be a one-stop race. The reason is because even though it'll be warmer today, it won't be, way too hot. Say that we had back at the French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard, or even in Canada, in Montreal, where after a wet Saturday, we had a quite hot race day there in Canada. I don't think it'll be like that type of heat here at Spa. I mean, Spa normally is quite cool and cold, really. In the summer even, it's mostly cool. It's not really a place that the sun tends to make an appearance that much at. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be the type of heat that is going to zap the life out of the tyres to the point where the teams are going to have to do two stops in this Grand Prix. I think the only way we'll see two stops for the majority of the field is if if we get a safety car, say, between lap 20 and 40 in the Grand Prix, or lap 20 and lap 35 in the Grand Prix, then I think we could see a second pit stop for a lot of people. But if things go well for Sainz, that is pit stop and during the pit stop phase, and Ferrari do not somehow fuck up the strategy, then if he can just keep a 2 to 3 second buffer over Perez and manage the race from there, then I think he probably will have the race won if he is in that position. Because even though Max Verstappen will be coming through the field and Verstappen will be pushing basically every lap in the Grand Prix until he gets into the lead, if he is to eventually get into the lead, Verstappen obviously will lose quite a bit of time in traffic. So yeah, that's what Ferrari and Sainz need to do if they're going to win today. I don't think they will win today because it's Ferrari. We know eventually a fuck-up will be made. And I think Red Bull is still too quick for them. And I think Perez will overtake Sainz on the first lap because of the straight line speed that Perez has in the Red Bull. So, yeah, I think Carlos Sainz will finish in... I'm going to go... second place. There's a very good chance, though, he could finish in third, to be honest. But I'm going to go second with Carlos Sainz. And then for Charles Leclerc, I will go... I'm going to go fifth or sixth. I'm not sure with Leclerc. It depends, really. And we'll get to Mercedes in a second. It depends really on how quickly Mercedes get past Alonso in the Alpine. If Mercedes can get past Alonso straight away, because Alonso in the Alpine is not going to be anywhere near as quick as the Mercedes cars, as I'll get onto in a moment by showing the race pace that we saw on Friday. And we know Mercedes a lot quicker in a Grand Prix than they are in qualifying. If the two Mercedes get past Alonso quite soon, within the first 5 laps, then I think Leclerc probably finishes then in P6. But if they get held up for a while, because the Mercedes cars, I've got to say, very slow in a straight line this weekend. If they get held up for a while, then Leclerc could then finish 4th even in this Grand Prix today. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. But it won't be... If it finishes the way I predicted, that's not too bad of a result, really, considering they aren't as quick as Red Bull this weekend, and Leclerc, is starting where he is on the grid. So, yeah, Ferrari just got to try their best and see what happens, but I think Red Bull will just still be too strong for the prancing horse today at Spa. And finally, we'll go on to Mercedes before we get into the data, from qualifying and also the race pace data from Friday as well. Mercedes were absolute shit yesterday. Lewis Hamilton qualified 7th and Russell was 8th in qualifying. Thank God for them that Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris and Ocon, because obviously Norris ended up behind the two Mercedes cars eventually. Thank God for Mercedes that Verstappen, Leclerc and Ocon have a penalty, because if, let's say, F1 had no penalties, then it would be a very big struggle today for the Mercedes team, because again, not only do they lack general speed at this track in all of the key areas, not just straight line speed, but also the grip of their car isn't that great. They would probably struggle to get past those, the Alpines just ahead of them. So, yeah, they do benefit quite a bit, Mercedes, from those penalties. And, yeah, Lewis was, 1.8 seconds off in qualifying. I think Russell probably was 1.92 seconds off in qualifying, of course, Max Verstappen, who ended up quickest. And the reason Mercedes was so slow yesterday is because of a few things. Again, one, straight line speed, quite poor, which we've seen really most of this season. At times it's been good, but at other times it's been quite bad. And this weekend it's been quite bad. So yeah, straight line speed. Their car just isn't as suited to this track as it was at Hungary. The Hungaroring track has a lot quicker corners and a lot more corners, which does help them a lot, and is a shorter lap, which means the gaps between all of the teams are naturally closer, which meant that it gave them, the chance to get onto pole position, which they did, and they had a good chance to win the race as well, which, the shorter lap at the Hungaroring and the fast, tight and twisty corners, that gave them a pretty good chance to do that. But obviously here, the longest lap on the calendar, and the corners don't suit their car as well as it does in Hungary. But also, not only is it those two things, it was also the very cool temperatures yesterday at Spa. Again, it was only 20 degrees Celsius for the track temperature yesterday. We have seen all season long, Mercedes have struggled a lot when it comes to warming their tyres up, and that is probably at least the second main reason why they were so slow yesterday. Maybe you could argue straight line speed was the number one reason, but I would probably put the lack of tyre temperature as the number one reason why Mercedes were so slow yesterday, because again, it's been an issue all season long. We've seen it not just at plenty of races this season where firing your tyres up for a qualifying lap is so important, but we've even seen it in a couple sessions where it's been wet, where Mercedes have just not been able to fire the tyres up enough and had absolutely no grip, such as, I think, Friday qualifying. Was it Friday qualifying in Imola? I'm not sure if that was wet, actually. Silverstone, though, qualifying was wet, and yeah, they struggled quite a bit more in the wet than they were doing in the dry, where in the dry, they were pretty competitive, were the Mercedes team that weekend. So yeah, the lack of tyre temperature they're able to generate was a big reason they were so slow yesterday. But overall, in all aspects, their car just is not good enough. Lewis Hamilton came out after qualifying and said that the team need to focus on next year's car, and that, they just need to manage this car really to the end of the season, because, this car just isn't fundamentally good enough. And I still think Mercedes will have chances at winning a Grand Prix before the season comes to a close. But it's not going to be that many opportunities. I mean, Zandvoort next weekend, I think they'll have a pretty decent chance because I think that track will suit them a lot more than this track. And Zandvoort is similar in ways to the Hungaroring in terms of how tight and twisty it is and also how fast a lot of the corners are as well. So they won't be as bad next weekend. Probably Suzuka because of how fast the corners are there. Because they are very good, Mercedes in the high-speed corners. They'll probably be better at that track. Maybe the Circuit of Americas as well. So they'll have better chances before the season is over. But yeah, yesterday was a very, very bad day. As I'll get into in a moment, though, their race pace looks actually quite good for the Silver Arrows. They're not that far off the top two teams from what we saw on Friday when it comes to general race pace. So no need to panic massively if you're a Mercedes fan, because of course we heard lots of talk about how the technical directive was going to put Mercedes, right back as a front-running team, and that just has not been the case. And the reason is because this car, again, fundamentally is not a good car, and they need to, for next year, get rid of this side podless design and, in my view, go the way of Red Bull, which I think is the best and most aerodynamically efficient design on the grid. I mean, Ferrari have a very good design as well, but I think the Red Bull design is the most aerodynamically efficient, so I think that's the way they need to go next season, do Mercedes, and we'll see if they do. But yeah, for today, they start 4th and 5th. What they need to do, obviously, is get past Alonso as quickly as possible. I think they will get past Fernando with both cars in the first, within the first 10 laps. And then, obviously, they'll be 3rd and 4th. And then they've got to just make sure that they have the pace, or enough pace to keep Max at bay long enough that they can defend maybe late on in the Grand Prix from him. To get a podium. If Mercedes were to get a podium today, that would be a pretty good result for them considering the lack of pace they had yesterday. So they could still have a decent Grand Prix today considering, again, their lack of speed this weekend. But we'll have to see. My prediction for the race today is that they'll finish in 4th and 5th. They will be a lot closer on pace compared to Red Bull and Ferrari because the higher temperatures today will help them a lot. And we know they look after their tyres so well, and because they're unable to generate the tyre temperature for qualifying, it actually benefits them on race day because it means they don't overheat their tyres, so might actually benefit them a bit today, so we'll see how that works out. But yeah, not going to be as great, I think, of a Grand Prix as we were expecting coming into this race. But what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to hide the countdown timer because I'm now going to get into some data before we get into the rest of the teams. Make sure to let me know, by the way, in the live chat. I can see so many of you already here. Let me know in the live chat. How do you think things are going to go for the top 3 teams today? And give me your top 5 race prediction for the race today. Who do you think is winning the Grand Prix? Finishing 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. If you want to give me your top 10 prediction, then go for it. But at least give me your top 5. That would be great. But I will get the timer back on screen in a few minutes' time. But let's get into this data. And we'll start with the sector times. And, well, Sector 1. Look at that from Alex Albon. The quickest car in the first sector. Obviously, the first sector, you're only slowing down for one corner or braking for one corner, which is turn 1. The rest of it is literally flat out. So the Williams in a straight line is an absolute rocket. So watch out for Albon today, who, of course, is starting the race in P6. So, yeah, be interesting to see how he does today in the midfield. We'll get into that later. But comparing Red Bull and Ferrari, in the first sector, it wasn't actually that bad for the Ferrari team. Carlos Sainz was only about half a tenth slower than Verstappen in the first sector, so not too bad. I mean, I think they were probably running with a slightly lower downforce package compared to Leclerc, because if you notice, looking at Sector 1, Leclerc did a 30.9 and Sainz about, 3.5 tenths quicker. So I think Carlos probably, and I know Carlos, by the way, had a toe from Charles Leclerc, but I think we saw it quite a bit yesterday that Carlos was a tad quicker on the straights compared to Leclerc. So yeah, I think Carlos will be very quick today down the straights. I mean, maybe not as quick as Red Bull, but still quite quick. But yeah, in the first sector, Red Bull and Ferrari doing, or Ferrari compared to Red Bull doing pretty well. Sector 2, though, is quite baffling because I thought coming into this weekend's Grand Prix that Ferrari would be quicker in Sector 2. I still thought Red Bull would be quicker this weekend because I thought their pace in Sector 1 and Sector 3 would be just too good. But I thought it would be at least close between Ferrari and Red Bull, but with Ferrari ultimately, in my opinion, being ahead. That's what I thought coming into the Grand Prix in terms of the middle sector. But Max Verstappen was not even a quarter of a second. He was about 3.5 tenths quicker than the two Ferrari cars. An incredible middle sector there. Perez, you can see, about 1/10 of a second slower than the two Ferraris. So I don't know what Red Bull have done with their car. I know Red Bull are running a tad more downforce this weekend because of the straight line speed advantage they have. Anyway, they're able to run more downforce and get away with that. So I think that's probably why Red Bull are so quick in the middle sector. And then Sector 3, Verstappen compared to Carlos Sainz is 0.2 of a second quicker compared to Sainz. And that is, of course, I know in Sector 1, it's quite close. And obviously Sainz did benefit from a toe in Sector 1. But in Sector 3, obviously Carlos would not have had a toe from Charles Leclerc. And you can see, as Verstappen, he did not have a toe from his teammate. You can see the real difference in a sector that is so powerful in terms of raw power and being absolutely flat out. Sector 3, you're flat out, except for the final bus stop chicane. And yeah, 0.2 of a second advantage there for Max Verstappen. So overall, Red Bull by probably 0.2 of a second in each sector are quicker than Ferrari by the looks of it. Will that play out today the exact same? Probably not. I don't think Ferrari will be losing quite that much time in all of the sectors, but it will probably still be in Red Bull's favour. And I think Red Bull will probably have a 2 to 3/10 of a second advantage over Ferrari in this race today. Looking at Mercedes, though, yeah, very, very bad for them. So, Lewis Hamilton, you can see in Sector 1, he was 0.4 of a second slower than Max Verstappen in the first sector. And again, the first sector, the only corner you have to brake for is turn 1. After that, it's flat out for, I think, 20 seconds. So, yeah, Mercedes' straight line speed is quite poor, as I'll show in a moment with the speed trap data. And Russell even, 31.0, half a second slower than Verstappen in Sector 1 alone. I've got to say, though, despite their tyre temperature issues, their pace was pretty good in Sector 2. I mean, you can see compared to the Alpines, they're 2 to 3/10 of a second quicker in the middle sector, when in Sector 1, they're, a tenth or two slower than Alpine. I mean, Sector 2, they're quite a bit quicker than the midfield. And they're not that much slower than Ferrari. They're only, 0.3 of a second slower than Ferrari, which, I mean, it's not that bad, considering the middle sector is 44 seconds long and there are so many corners in the middle sector. So the Mercedes car has got some decent grip. It just doesn't have the straight line speed this weekend to really combine for a fast car. And then the final sector yesterday, an absolute embarrassment. 29 second pretty much final sector. And again, flat out, except for the bus stop chicane at the very end of the lap. And Russell, the quickest Mercedes driver in the final sector yesterday. 4.5 tenths slower than Verstappen. Lewis Hamilton, pretty much half a second slower than Verstappen in the final sector. So basically, both Mercedes are losing half a second in Sector 1 and Sector 3, respectively. And then compared to Verstappen, another half a second in the middle sector. But if you compare it to Ferrari, they're still losing probably 3 tenths, I'd say, in the first sector. Let's say 2 tenths in the first sector. And then in Sector 3, they're losing, 2 tenths of a second, maybe 3 tenths at most. And then another 3 tenths in Sector 2. So even though there is a slight bit of potential there, like I said in Sector 2, they're not doing too bad. Overall, in all of the sectors, they're just not in the same league as Red Bull and Ferrari. So this race really is going to be damage limitation for the Mercedes team. And I'll be honest, I don't think Mercedes have a chance of scoring a podium on pure pace. I think they could get a podium, that's definitely possible, but to do it through having a car quick enough, I don't think it's possible. I just don't think they've got the car to do that. Yes, they will be quicker today. They're always quicker on race day by quite a bit, but yeah, it's going to be a pretty hard task. Still, even though Verstappen and Leclerc are starting towards the back of the field. Other things to note, Albon being so quick in Sector 1 and Sector 3 as well. Alex Albon, or pretty much lapping at the same speed or slightly slower than the Ferraris in the final sector. Again, showing you how monstrous that Williams car is in a straight line. Also, one thing I forgot to mention with Mercedes is with Sector 1 and Sector 3, the corners in those sectors are very slow. Sector 1, lap 1, sorry. Not lap 1, Jesus fucking Christ. Turn 1 in Sector 1 is not a hairpin, but it is quite a slow corner. It's not that much quicker than a hairpin-like corner, Turn 1. And we know the Mercedes car lacks a lot of mechanical grip and has been very poor in slow-speed corners this season. And then Sector 3, you have the bus stop chicane, which is quite slow as well. So, yeah, that's also hurting them quite a bit. But yeah, Albon very quick in Sector 1 and Sector 3. Make sure to look out for him today when it comes to overtaking another car. Alpine, very quick in Sector 1. Pretty much, I would say, probably third or fourth quickest team, you have to say, in Sector 1. And then Sector 2, I've got to say, compared to McLaren, I know McLaren are running a tad less downforce this weekend to cut some drag off their car. They are... Alonso and Ocon actually did the exact same Sector 2 time of 45.166, which is incredible that you can do the same time there. They were 3 tenths of a second quicker than the quickest McLaren of Daniel Ricciardo. So, very impressive, because normally this season, Alpine have been a lot quicker on the straights or in high-speed corners. McLaren normally much faster than Alpine in slow and medium-speed corners and in wet conditions, I think, as well. So, very impressive that they were so quick in Sector 2. Sector 3, not so quick. Alonso, quite far down. Ocon still lapping at a decent pace, though, in Sector 3. And looking at McLaren, by the way, McLaren are quicker in the sectors where it's really all about power. They are quicker than they used to be, but they are still lacking, say, a couple tenths of a second, really, to be lapping at a good speed in Sector 1 and, maybe not Sector 3, because Lando Norris is the 4th quickest driver in Sector 3, but, they've, like I said, they've, I think, brought a lot of updates this weekend, and they have cut some drag off their car, so they are getting there in cutting the drag off and getting quicker down the straights, but still not quite there yet. And then after that, there's not really much else to note. Alfa Romeo, pretty quick in Sector 3. Both cars in the top 10 in that sector. Even though Bottas was actually or qualified in last place. But yeah, that's pretty much how it looked in qualifying. And let's quickly get on to the maximum speed. So yeah, Alex Albon, again, in an absolute rocket ship this weekend. The main speed trap, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, where Albon is going 314.5 kilometers an hour, or he was in qualifying. That speed trap is at the very end of the Kemmel Straight, the highest speed part of the circuit. So that's really the main area that your straight line speed is tested. And yeah, the Williams, incredibly quick. Got to say, I'm very surprised that Nicholas Latifi was so slow with his top end speed, only at 307.4 kilometers an hour. If he was at the same type of speed, Latifi probably would have got out of Q1 and would have probably started the race inside the top 10. But he still starts in P11, does Latifi, for today's Grand Prix. But yeah, the Ferrari, like I was saying, not actually that bad in the main speed trap. I know Carlos Sainz did have a tow from Leclerc, and that's why Sainz was pretty much 3 kilometers an hour faster than Max Verstappen through the main speed trap. But if you eliminate that tow that he had, he's still about around where Verstappen would have been or was with his speed in the main speed trap. So the Ferrari has good straight line speed. It just isn't as good as the Red Bull. But still a decent speed. And I do think Carlos Sainz is running a tad less downforce today than Charles Leclerc, which we'll see if that helps him keep his lead on the first lap. And yeah, with McLaren, their top-end speed has been improved a lot, as you can see on the far left-hand side of your screen. Norris 6th and Ricciardo 8th. They're pretty much... I know Red Bull obviously are running a bit more downforce this weekend because they've already got such a quick car in a straight line anyway. They're able to get away with that. McLaren, you can see their top-end speed about the same as Red Bull, and only slightly slower than Alpine, when I think 2 or 3 months ago they were quite a bit slower than Alpine with straight line speed. So McLaren improving quite a bit in that area. So McLaren, thankfully, are improving, but there is still work to be done. And then Mercedes, yeah, look at them in the main speed trap on the left. Russell 18th, Hamilton 19th. And Russell 3 kilometers an hour slower than Verstappen, even though Verstappen running a bit more downforce probably than Russell and Hamilton were running. And Hamilton 4 kilometers an hour slower than Verstappen. And 4 kilometers an hour might not sound a lot, but as Martin Brundle would say, if you're run over at 4 kilometers an hour, you would certainly know about it. So yeah, that is a big area that Mercedes have been struggling with so far this weekend, and it will be a bit of a struggle for them in the race as well. The only other thing to note really is, yeah, Alpine, very good straight line speed. That might help quite a bit for Fernando Alonso if he needs to try and defend, or if he tries to defend his third place from Lewis Hamilton and George Russell. We'll see how hard he fights those two. But yeah, it's looking pretty much as you would have expected in terms of the speed trap data, maybe except for McLaren being as good as they were and Mercedes being as poor as they were. But yeah, looking pretty much as expected that we've normally seen from the season so far, and it looks about right for what the sector times were showing as well. The finish line speed trap, the one next to the main speed trap column on the far left, isn't really relevant because that is the finish line is pretty much on the exit of the bus stop chicane, so that's not really that relevant to who has good straight line speed. So, yeah, that is who to look out for in terms of who may be able to overtake your Albons, Sainz's, Ocons, Alonso's, obviously the Red Bulls, McLaren's maybe, Alfa Romeo's, Alfa Tauri's. So, yeah, look out for them in this race today with their, obviously, good straight line speed. Now, last thing I'm going to do before I get the timer back on screen and start to answer some of your comments in the chat is I'm going to get into the race pace data from FP2 on Friday. Now, unfortunately, there wasn't, because there was rain towards the end of that session that did affect a lot of the longer runs that teams were planning on doing. It did affect things quite a bit, and it did kind of skew certain bits of data. So please do remember that. And for certain drivers, I wasn't actually able to put in certain bits of data because there just wasn't either enough laps completed, proper long run laps completed, or any long run laps completed because of the wet weather that came towards the end of that session. So let's look at the average long run pace of the top three teams. So Max Verstappen, unfortunately, only managed to do 3 long run laps in practice 2. He did it on the medium compound tyre, and his average long run pace on those 3 laps was a 151.8, which, I mean, obviously, we if he did 2 or 3 more laps, it maybe would have put him 2 or 3 tenths of a second slower once the tyres, started to degrade. But a decent lap time there on the medium compound tyre. Charles Leclerc, he did, I think, 5. I think it was about 5 long run laps towards the end of practice 2, and his average long run pace on the soft compound tyre was a 152.037. So pretty much from what we saw on Friday, and I know Friday, obviously, the temperatures were a lot cooler, pretty much Red Bull and Ferrari on the same pace. Of course, today we'll see if there's any differences, but it looks to be, with Red Bull and Ferrari, kind of in the same ballpark. So Ferrari definitely a lot closer to Red Bull than they would be, or that they were in qualifying when it came to raw pace. And then for George Russell, who did, I think, 6 or 7, I think it was 7 long run laps. Lewis Hamilton didn't do any, by the way, because he wasn't able to because of the rain. Russell, again, did 7 long run laps, and his average pace, I think, on the soft compound tyre was a 152.3. So if you compare that to Leclerc on the same tyre, pretty much same amount of laps completed, that's not too bad. 3 tenths of a second difference when the Mercedes compared to the Ferrari in qualifying was, a second slower? Maybe 1.2 seconds slower. So, again, even though the temperatures were a bit different in, in Friday practice, still very interesting to note that Mercedes were looking that good with their long run pace on Friday. The thing is, though, even though temperatures were a lot cooler and quite a bit different to what we're going to be seeing today, we know Mercedes struggle in cooler conditions with firing their tyres up and keeping them in a good temperature window. So didn't actually help Mercedes that. So yeah, Mercedes, they've got very good race pace, a lot better than what we saw in qualifying. So they will be a lot closer on pace to Red Bull and Ferrari today than they were. But looks as though if this type of pace translates itself into the race itself, looks as though Red Bull will be slightly quicker than Ferrari, I'd say, but it still kind of be similar on the same type of pace. And then Ferrari, say, slightly slower in second. Mercedes, the third quickest team, but not too far off the pace of the top 2 teams. Nowhere near as bad, probably, as it was in qualifying. So, yeah. interesting to note, and we'll see how that translates today. But let's also get into the midfield teams and look at the long run pace for those. Unfortunately for Alpine and Alfa Romeo, there just wasn't enough data. I think Alonso did one long run lap, I think it was, and then it started raining, so we can't really take anything from that. Bottas didn't do any. Lando Norris did do 3 or 4 laps, and his average long run pace was a 1:52.5, which was only 0.2 of a second slower than Russell, and he was on the same compound of tyre. So yeah, not too bad for McLaren, pretty good actually, but because Norris is starting obviously in P17 I think it is, he won't be able to really utilise that as much as he could if he qualified and started the race in 4th or 5th. So, yeah, a good race pace for McLaren. Hopefully Daniel Ricciardo can benefit from that. But it, again, for Norris, the quickest McLaren driver, might be a bit hard to fully utilise that today. But I think he'll definitely finish in the points today with that type of pace if he does show it in the race. And now we'll get on to the respective race pace of AlphaTauri and Haas. Again, with AlphaTauri, just like Alfa Romeo and Alpine, not enough data to calculate what their average lap time was. But Mick Schumacher, though, who did quite a lot of long-run laps in practice too, I think close to 10 laps, very slow was the lap times. The average pace was a 1:54.8, which is, 2.5 seconds almost slower than what we saw from Lando Norris. So either they were running way too much fuel in that car on Friday, or the Haas car is really that bad. I mean, it was bad, let's be honest, in qualifying. Kevin Magnussen qualified 18th, and Mick Schumacher qualified 15th. And obviously, Mick starts 19th, and Magnussen starts in P12. So, yeah, not good at all. Haas F1 have a very bad car this weekend. Again, such a shame, considering their upgrades that they brought to their car that just simply have not worked. And then finally, for Aston Martin and Williams, unfortunately, there was just not enough data. But one thing I can announce, kind of, is that, from now on, in the build-up to a Grand Prix, as I, preview what I think is going to happen in the race, I'm now going to do this from now on. Work out, obviously, the average long-run pace of the cars in FP2, and then I'll let you guys know of that in the build-up to the race. So I'm going to do that from now on, and hopefully you guys will enjoy that, and you'll be able to then, be able to carry that knowledge going into the Grand Prix, and it'll give you a good idea then, hopefully, of what's going to happen in the race itself. So, that's the race pace data. And, right, so let me just get the timer back on screen. You guys, I think there's 57 minutes to go. I'm pretty sure. Let me look. Yeah, about that. Maybe about 30 seconds too quick, but approximately about 57 minutes to go until the race begins at Spa. Keep your comments coming in the chat, guys. And again, let me know how you think all the teams are going to do today, especially the top teams. And let me know who you think is going to win today's Grand Prix. But I think what I'm going to do before I come to your comments in chat, because we've got less than an hour to go now, I'm going to get into the rest of the teams, and then I'm going to come to you guys in the chat. Niblo, if you don't know who he is, my co-commentator, he should be joining the stream in the next 25-30 minutes. So yeah, I'm probably going to get into the other teams now. So we'll go into McLaren, and to be honest, the pace has been quite a bit better from the McLaren team so far this weekend. Definitely a bit better than what I was expecting. I thought they would be quite a bit slower. Well, not quite a bit slower, but slower than Alpine. I think they were slower than Alpine yesterday, but it wasn't... the gap wasn't as big between the two teams as I expected. They were pretty much around about the same pace, the two teams, yesterday. So, and obviously Lando Norris didn't do a final lap in qualifying, so who knows where he could have ended up if he actually done a final lap in quali. So, McLaren have got good pace. Daniel Ricciardo obviously starting in P7, benefiting from the penalties. I think Ricciardo will finish in the points. I think he'll finish probably in 8th or 9th in this race today. I don't think he's bad enough that he's going to fall out of the points despite gaining so much ground on a lot of cars that have taken penalties and are also in the midfield there. Not just Norris and Ocon, but also Tsunoda, Bottas, Schumacher, and Zhou Guanyu as well. So I think Ricciardo will finish in the points today, and I think Lando Norris will as well. Norris will grab at least a point in P10, and that would be, what, 3 or 4 points, maybe 5 points at most for McLaren for this Grand Prix, and that would be pretty good for them because I don't think they were expecting to come here and be as quick as they were yesterday in qualifying. So yeah, looking good for McLaren going into the race, and unless there is some proper bad luck for McLaren, I think they'll be fine, because I think, again, like I showed earlier, the straight line speed of the McLaren improving, which is good to see, and the car in aerodynamic terms or grip terms is pretty grippy compared to its midfield rivals. So yeah, McLaren will be fine, both cars will be in the points, and hopefully Daniel Ricciardo, the man on screen, who of course won here in 2014, has had great history at this track. Hopefully he will have a good race today. Now going to Alpine. Fernando Alonso, I think, will finish probably in P7. I'd be very surprised if he beat the two Mercedes today. That would be an incredible effort if he was to be able to do that. And if he did, then he would probably then finish in 4th, maybe the absolute highest, or even 5th, which would be a great result for Alpine and for Fernando Alonso. But realistically, the two Mercedes are going to be too quick because their race pace, as I showed a minute ago, will be a lot better and closer to the top teams than they were in qualifying. So, yeah, I think Alonso will finish in P7. I don't think there's any chance Ricciardo, a few positions behind, is going to really seriously challenge Alonso in the race today. And then Esteban Ocon, can he get a point today? I think he can, but I'm not sure he will. And I think the reason is because even though he's been quick this weekend, I'm not sure. And I like Ocon, let me be clear. I like the guy. He's had a very good season, but he's going to have to overtake a lot of people today. And I'm just not sure Ocon is as decisive when it comes to overtaking as, say, Lando Norris is. And obviously, Ocon is starting, only one position higher than Norris. But I think Norris will cope a lot better coming through the field than Esteban Ocon will. So, yeah, we'll see with that. Hopefully I'm wrong. I absolutely could be wrong. But I think Ocon will probably just miss out on a point, but it will be close. Wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if he did grab a couple of points in this Grand Prix coming up. But as long as Alpine outscore McLaren, and if Alonso finished in 7th, then he would probably outscore McLaren. As long as they do that, that's all that matters in today's Grand Prix. As of course, they need to pull away from McLaren, as Alpine are still in a close battle for 4th in the championship, and Alpine currently 4th, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, 4 points clear of McLaren in 5th. But let's just whiz through the other midfield teams. Alfa Romeo, both drivers have grid penalties. The car's not slow, but it's not quick either. So, yeah, I think the only way they're going to finish in the points, really, is if there's enough retirements. I don't think they've got quite a quick enough car to be getting into the points. Zhou Guanyu is starting in 18th. Valtteri Bottas is starting 13th, but I think Norris, Ocon, Verstappen, Leclerc will beat him today. So, yeah, it'll be pretty tough for Alfa Romeo to score points. It's possible, but not very likely. For Haas F1, as I showed, their pace, race pace, qualifying pace, no matter what it be, is absolute shit. And they are not going to finish the points today. Unless we only have like 11 cars finish the race. And, one of them finishing the race is a Haas car. Unless that happens, then Haas are not finishing the points today, which is such a shame because clearly this upgrade either hasn't worked or they just haven't really understood how to maximize it properly as of yet. So yeah, not looking good for Haas and pretty poor this weekend. And I think you could make a pretty strong case for Haas being the slowest team this weekend because of where Alex Albon has been so far this weekend. Next up, AlphaTauri. And I think AlphaTauri will get a point or two today with Pierre Gasly. Gasly starting in P8. And I think because Gasly, I still think is driving at still a good level. And I think the AlphaTauri car looking a bit better this weekend. Not massively better than what we've seen in the last few races, but a bit better. I think Gasly will finish in 9th or 10th. Not sure which position, but 9th or 10th is where I think he'll finish because I think the AlphaTauri car, obviously with the same power unit, is really going well down the straights. And the AlphaTauri also does kind of have a similar type of low drag, I think, philosophy to the Red Bull. Maybe not as good as the Red Bull, but in terms of the lower drag philosophy, but has similarities to that. Obviously, Red Bull own both teams, but yeah, I think Gasly will finish the points. Yuki Tsunoda starts with the pit lane. He'll probably finish in like 14th or something today. Would be nice, to be honest, if AlphaTauri did finish in the points, because the last time they finished in the top 10 was at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, which was almost 3 months ago. So, yeah, would be nice if they actually got into the points today. And obviously, that weekend, Gasly finished 5th in the race. It's been a barren, very barren run since then. Next up, Aston Martin. Even though qualifying was quite poor, as it usually is for Aston Martin, despite having very good pace in practice, and Stroll was 14th and the quickest Aston Martin driver in quali, and Sebastian Vettel ended up in P16. They start the race in P9 and P10, so yeah, a good position for them, considering how things have gone, or how things went in qualifying, and also considering how normally this season they've been very quick on race day. Not just this season, but particularly in the last 2 races before the summer break in France and Hungary, where they had pretty low grid positions, yet they still finished in the points and grabbed, I think, a point in Hungary and a point in France. With, I think, Vettel in Hungary and then Stroll in France did Aston Martin. So, race pace is very good, which is good to see. And actually, I have decided that I am not going to predict Gasly to finish in the top 10. Instead, I am going to go for Sebastian Vettel to finish either 9th or 10th, with Gasly missing out. Also, probably Esteban Ocon just about as well. So, yeah, Aston Martin will get a point or two today, which will keep them, closing the gap on AlphaTauri ahead in the Constructors' Championship. I think there's a 5 or 6 point difference between AlphaTauri and Aston Martin in the Constructors. So, yeah, would be nice if they continue to close that gap, even though it's been, no matter what you think, a pretty poor season for the Aston Martin team. And finally for Williams, yeah, Alex Albon starts the race today in 6th place. A brilliant qualifying he had, getting his Q3 for the first time this season, and Williams' first Q3 appearance since 2021, where obviously Russell had, I think, 2 or 3 Q3 appearances in the Williams. Just shows how great Russell is. And yeah, Albon, I think, will have a good race today. I don't think he'll be terrible or anything, but I just don't think the Williams will have enough pace. Yes, their straight line speed is incredible, but in the middle sector, I just don't think they'll have the pace really to be able to keep up with midfield cars ahead and to be able to pull out a gap over cars behind. I just don't think they have the pace to do that. So Albon, you know, he'll put in a great performance today. I didn't doubt that, but I think Williams will ultimately miss out on a point today. But things are getting better for the Williams team in 2022. The car, if it had another upgrade, I reckon they would be pretty much right in that midfield scrap with both drivers. But yeah, not quite there with both drivers as of yet. But the car, thankfully, is a lot better than it was, say, 2.5, 3 months ago, where they were, you know, miles behind and at clearly the back of the field. So yeah, looking a lot better for the Williams team ever since that massive upgrade they brought the British Grand Prix, which was basically a completely new car. But I'll go on to my pictures now that you'll be seeing during the watch-along itself as the race, guys, begins in 44 minutes' time. Let me know in the live chat, again, what do you think is going to happen in the race today, guys? And give me your predictions for the race and try and give me your top 5 predictions, at least for the Grand Prix, if you have not already. Just wanted to say, though, anyone watching who is new to the channel, if you have not subscribed, then make sure to do so, because I do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. And I will be, obviously, for the rest of the season. And yeah, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. And for everyone watching right now, if you've not already, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And as well, so you guys know, I will, if the race is exciting enough today, I will probably be going live tomorrow evening at 6 PM UK time to be covering the events of the Belgian Grand Prix and just analysing, you know, what happened in the race. Maybe, you know, why Verstappen won, if he does win the race, why another certain driver won, or how certain things happened. If there is enough of that to talk about from this race coming up, then I will do a stream tomorrow evening getting into that. So yeah, just letting you guys know about that. But one thing I am going to do is I am going to have a drink, because I'm getting pretty hot and flustered here in my chair at the minute. So I'm going to quickly have a drink, and then we'll get on to your comments for probably 10 to 15 minutes. And then in about 10 to 15 minutes, Nib should be joining us. And obviously we'll get his thoughts going into the race as to what he thinks is going to happen. So yeah, I'll just quickly mute my microphone, and then we'll get to your comments in a moment. So keep them coming in the chat, guys. Right. So let's see what you guys have to say. Spa has been confirmed for 2023. I think it was reportedly confirmed for 2023 a couple days ago, but has it been officially confirmed? Yeah, there you go, by Formula 1 17 minutes ago. The Belgian Grand Prix will return in 2023. Great news, because there was lots of rumours that it would be off the calendar for next year, which would be a disgrace, as they have signed an additional 1-year contract extension. Hopefully, they can sign a big extension next year for a few years, because Formula 1 without Spa is just... I can't even imagine Formula 1 without Spa, to be honest. I know there's been a couple years, I think 2003 and 2006, where we didn't have a Grand Prix, but that was due to other reasons. I think 2003 it was due to tobacco sponsorship and the removal of that. And then I think 2006, I think it was because Spa were making massive changes to the track layout, which has been the same ever since 2007. So, yeah. Let's look at your comments in chat then. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you in the chat. Everyone watching, good to see you all here. Frank Trigg says Max running lower downforce than Perez apparently. Would make sense because obviously he's starting towards the back and he needs to make overtakes. But I think Red Bull, like I said, overall compared to Ferrari, they are running more downforce. But yeah, wouldn't be surprised at all if that is the case. Dylan Forrestal says, cannot wait for this race. Is it looking like rain? I would say, unfortunately, not. But after last year, I'm not sure we could say, unfortunately, it's not going to rain today. Because last year was a literal nightmare. Where we were sat around for, what was it, 4 hours? I think, was it? 3-4 hours? Wondering if a race was going to happen. Thankfully, today, it is hot and sunny. Obviously, it's Spa, so you never know. There still could be a rain shower about. But, looking at the weather forecast, it's going to be a hot and sunny day at Spa. So, yeah, track temperature probably going to be about 30 degrees Celsius, which is pretty hot for Spa, but not hot, really that hot overall, compared to other tracks we go to during the season, such as what we had in Paul Ricard a few weeks ago, where it was, wasn't it like 55, 60 degrees track temperature for, obviously, Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Let's look at some of the comments quick. Lav Gorilla says, so the Grand Prix starts at 2 p.m. UK time. Thought it was 1 p.m. Yeah, 2 p.m. UK time, which is in 38 minutes time. And getting very close now. And according apparently to Pirelli, the quickest strategy is a 2-stop race, starting on the medium, then going onto the soft, then going onto another set of mediums. I don't think that's what's going to happen today. I think most likely it'll be, I think most drivers will start on the medium and then probably go to a set of hard compound tyres to finish the race on. And Lav Gorilla also says, seriously, Chazza, surely what Ferrari think of the Red Bull tyres is irrelevant. Isn't that what we have learned? Yeah. Mika says, how is Verstappen still favourite for 15th? Ferrari have lost respect even from Bucky's man. I mean, yeah, it's partly because, or not even partly, it's a bit to do with Ferrari being as incredibly shit as they are at producing on the potential they have, and they've had lots of potential this season to be very, very good. But Max was so quick in qualifying that there is a very good chance. Well, in my opinion, there's a good chance. I wouldn't say a very good chance, but I can completely understand other people thinking that he's going to win the race today. But only if Max shows the type of pace he showed yesterday compared to everybody else. If he's half a second quicker than Sainz and Perez per lap during the race today, then yeah, Max Verstappen will probably win the Grand Prix, because even though, yeah, he's got to come through the midfield teams, by the time he gets through those cars, he'll be lap 10, and then, or lap 10-ish is when he'll get through all of those cars, and then he'll have 34 laps then to gain the time on those two, Perez and Sainz, to then win the race, which if he's gaining by half a second per lap, he will do that quite a bit before the end of the race, especially if he's only like 10 seconds behind. Mika says, why was Leclerc on fresh softs on his second Q3 run when he was just out to tow Carlos Sainz? Well, I don't know why they put on fresh soft compound tyres, to be honest, for what do you call it, for him just to come out and give Carlos Sainz a tow. But what it does mean is that those tyres have had a heat cycle, so we won't have to worry about them being, having not gone through a heat cycle. And they won't really be worn at all. They'll have one lap of wear, and the wear on it will be very, very minimal. And Leclerc does have one fresh set of soft compound tyres, which I'm not sure if it is that set exactly. I mean, maybe they didn't count that set as being used properly. I'm not sure. But yeah. Let me look at some other comments here. And by the way, cheers to Ruxford in the chat, who made sure to post the starting grid in the chat so people remember. Again, right before the race starts, I will post or not post, but I'll show my starting grid graphic that I normally show right before the race starts. So don't worry about that, as Mick Schumacher is being pulled back into his garage. Don't need to be on the grid until, you need to have been, you need to have left the pit lane by just before the 30-minute mark before the formation lap, which we're not quite there yet, another 3 or 4 minutes, so not sure what's going on there. Frank thinks it'll be Perez, Max, Sainz, Russell, Leclerc for the top 5. Lav Gorilla thinks it'll be Perez, Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell. 44 says it'll be Lewis, Leclerc, Checo, Carlos, and Russell. Iwi2, I think it is, thinks it will be Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Hamilton, Russell. And Avaz Khan, I think it is, asks, Red Bull have better straight line speed, so maybe they have gone for more downforce in the middle sector. Yeah, I think that's why they've gone or been so quick in that middle sector, is because they're running more downforce, and that is such an advantage for them. For Red Bull, it's such an advantage to be able to do that. Other teams have been able to do that as well. I think that's a big reason, to be honest, why Mercedes was so dominant in 2014, 15, and 16, because their power unit, especially in 2014, because the power unit was so good compared to the Renault and the Ferrari at the time, which were way, way worse than the Mercedes engine at the time. Mercedes could run a lot of downforce on their car and get away with it. So, yeah. Simon or Simon says Ferrari reliability and strategy will be important again. Indeed. And, we know with Ferrari that if it's going to be a very important key area of a Grand Prix, that they will fail at that. Adam Osborne, do you think Albon will stay in the points? No, I don't think he will, but I think he'll probably finish in 12th or 13th, which would be still a pretty good result, really. Let's see if we can find any more comments here. And I have a look. Dan on the strings, I think it is. I think that's what the username says. It's going to be crazy on lap 1, so many drivers out of position. Yeah, it is. I mean, we had this, I think, in 2018, where there was a big crash at the start, where there was quite a lot of cars out of position. And I think the Red Bulls were out of position. I think Raikkonen, I remember the Ferrari was out of position. Bottas was back in the field in the Mercedes. So, yeah, it is definitely possible. Javelani says, excellent narration and analysis there. Chaz are looking forward to the race, and hopefully Sir Lewis Hamilton will hold his own. I'm sure he'll do well today. It's just obviously the car that's holding him back. Why did asks Prank in the chat, why did F1 load up only Carlos's lap on their channel? Half the comments are, where's Max's lap? Well, it's because obviously Carlos will be starting on pole position, but if I was the producer of content over there, then I would have been making sure that it was Max's lap that was shown. Or what you could do is show both of them. You know, upload 2 separate videos. Do, you know, Max's lap to show the quickest man in qualifying, and then do one for Sainz to show him as the quickest man, or the man who's starting on pole. You don't have to pretend, you know, that he's the Verstappen doesn't exist in that way. Hello to Astro Steven, by the way, in the chat. Hello to Vinster, obviously another regular. Darren Morris's race was advertised as 1 p.m. GMT, but we are currently BST. Whoever out there is saying, or, you know, saying that the race is going to be taking place at whatever time GMT is an absolute clown. Why you would be using GMT as a time zone when we're currently in BST is beyond me. And I'm not blaming you, by the way. Whoever's distributing that information is just an absolute idiot. Where do you, or whom do you think, asks Nia, I think it is. Whom do you think will have more tyre degradation? Will that play an important role for Max and Charles? It'll play a role. Most likely, I would say... I'm not sure. I think it's probably more likely to play a role for Ferrari. And the reason I say that is because Red Bull... Normally, yeah, Red Bull do have some tyre wear issues because of they don't have as much downforce on their car as Ferrari do, and they're unable to keep their tyres together as well. But because Red Bull are running more downforce this weekend anyway, that will help with that. And Ferrari, at least with Carlos Sainz, I believe, are running slightly less downforce than they would run maybe normally. So, yeah, I think Ferrari maybe more so than Red Bull, but I don't think it will be a massive difference between the two teams, to be honest. I think it'll be pretty equal between the two teams. I think it's going to come down really just to who has a faster car with, you know, heavy fuel on board in these temperatures. I think that's really what's going to matter more. I mean, obviously, tyres... And, you know, tyre wear, who's on fresher tyres, that'll matter a lot. But I think it'll come down to, again, more so the temperature difference to what we saw yesterday. Then, more than the tyres. Pronounced you two like the band, lol. Drunken Donut, good name, says Verstappen will win this race and Ricciardo will go to Alpine. I think one of them, yeah, I'd agree with, but I don't... The reason I don't think Verstappen's going to win today is, one, because I genuinely don't think he will, because I think Perez in the, you know, the highest starting Red Bull will just be quick enough to beat Max today, unless, of course, Sergio has some issue in the race when it comes to strategy or reliability issues or whatever. But I'm also kind of telling myself that surely not. Surely Max isn't going to win from 15th or 14th now on the grid. Surely that can't happen. But we have seen it before here at Spa. Michael Schumacher in 1995 won this race in a wet-dry race from 16th. And again, the mix in conditions did help, and obviously the Benetton that year was very quick. It was probably overall for the year the second quickest car. So yeah, that did help for Michael, and a great performance. It was also from Michael. Kimi Räikkönen won here in 2004 in a completely dry race from 11th on the grid in what was one of Kimi's best drives of his career. I'm trying to think of any other ones that we had here from like low grid positions. Just trying to think. I know Fernando Alonso finished second here when he started, I think, P10 in 2013. Kimi Räikkönen, I think, won here from 6th in 2009. So we have had a few races here where drivers have started low down. And, cheers, Nib. I'll be there in a second. Yeah, we have had a few races here where people have started low down and got the win. If Verstappen won today, then I think that would be Max's greatest ever win. I know the Red Bull was the best car this weekend, but it's not like that much better. Max, being as quick as he is at the minute, is playing absolutely a role in that, in the speed difference. But yeah, I'm going to bring Nib on in a second. I'm just going to quickly, though, get my headphones and plug that in. So just hold on a sec. And I can tell you that Martin Brundle is currently doing his grid walk at Spa. Good to see Martin back. I don't think... Was he in Hungary? I can't remember, but I think he's had a break, a few races. He hasn't been at that many races as of late. Obviously, as he gets older, he... as he gets older, because he had health issues, I think 3 or 4 years ago. I think he had was it a mini heart attack about 6 years ago when running to the podium in Monaco. He's going to be coming to less and less races. So yeah, savour him whilst you can, guys, because he's not going to be around forever. But right, let me now bring on Nib. And can you hear me, mate?
I can indeed.
And I think you're on now. How are you doing?
We're doing good. It's been a while since we've had a talk, voice to voice. So it's good. It's good to be on, as we're about to witness, as you just put it, Max Verstappen's best ever win today.
Yeah. Well, with 23 minutes, I think it is to go. We might as well just get straight into that. So I think he'll finish third or second. I don't think he'll quite get the win. I'm going to go third to be safe. Let everyone know, why do you think Max Verstappen will win the race today?
I mean, just look what he did at Hungary.
Yeah.
And I mean, without his mistake, it would have been he would have won by a lot more without his mistake. Of course, he's not got to make that mistake, but I just think that they've been even quicker than what they were at Hungary.
Yeah.
I just don't. It's certainly easier to overtake at this track than what it is at Hungary. Although it's not been as difficult as of late to overtake at Hungary. So yeah, I just think Max will win. He's just been on another level this weekend, and it's not like I mean, with him starting in front of Leclerc as well, that helps. And I mean, he doesn't exactly have much competition to actually go through. Really only his teammate and Sainz, because of course the Mercedes have been absolutely horrific this weekend, which has been pretty funny after how their fans have been going on Twitter. Just wait to Spa until we all have legal flaws, and then they've been absolutely off the map in terms of performance this weekend. But yeah, of course, with this grid, it should be an exciting Grand Prix in Spa, although it is a fantastic racetrack, as we all know. And let's celebrate because it's on the calendar for one more year, even though it should be on the calendar forever. They haven't been as good as what they should have been. Of course, last year was an all-time stinker because, of course, the rain. But we haven't had many really good Spa Grand Prix, so hopefully today this one really does deliver.
Yeah, a lot of the classic Belgian Grand Prix are from the 90s and the 2000s and probably the early 2010s. I think the last classic Grand Prix was probably the one where Ricciardo won in 2014 because of the drama in that race. Obviously, Hamilton-Rosberg colliding and then Ricciardo winning. And then we had great fights, I think, between Vettel, Alonso, Button, as well. So you probably put that as the last great one. But yeah, we've had good races here, or decent races here. Never really a bad one, but not a great one for a while. But I think this one will be pretty great. And I think I said, because it was confirmed on Friday, that Max Verstappen would be taking a grid penalty for this weekend's race. I think I said that, P10 in Hungary is effectively the same as P14 at Spa because it's a bit easier to overtake here. It's not really a difference. I mean, yeah, it is in terms of track position, literally, but because it's harder to overtake at Hungary, there's not really a difference between starting 10th and 14th in terms of having to make your way in a much faster car through the field. And we saw with Verstappen, he got up, I think, to 5th place, was it? By the end of the first stint, which was about 15 laps in Hungary. So, yeah. I think he'll be very quick, and if he is as quick compared to the Ferraris and his teammate as he was yesterday, then yeah, it's going to be very hard to stop Max Verstappen. Go on, what have you seen?
We've got Mick on the grid.
Oh, yeah, we have.
He's going to come back from his sabbatical to drive for McLaren.
Oh my god, that's yeah. Yeah, it's good to see Mika. I did actually see, what was it? Him talk about. I don't think he never officially. I think he announced his retirement from motorsport, but he never obviously announced his official retirement from Formula One. But I did see him talk about how. I don't know if it was in relation to Hamilton or Ricciardo, but how he decided to retire that year. I think in 2001, he decided in Monaco that he was going to retire and found it really hard to continue with the rest of his career. I think he was talking about that in relation to Ricciardo. I can't remember because I think he posted that on his Twitter a few days ago. But good to see him, of course. He won here famously, obviously, in 2000 with that amazing overtake. And yeah, great to see him here. I'm sure he'll eventually return from that sabbatical. So yeah, you obviously think Verstappen's going to win.
Yep.
In terms of Sainz and Perez, which is going to be, let's obviously forget Verstappen for the minute. That's going to be probably for the first half of the race, the main fight for victory. Who do you think is coming out on top there? Do you think Red Bull just too quick compared to Ferrari, and that no matter whether Ferrari don't make a mistake, that Red Bull is just too good? Or do you think Sainz has a good chance of beating Perez in this race?
I think you've not mentioned who's going to be in the lead once we get to Le Mans.
Oh, no, I did. I think it's going to be Perez.
Oh, yeah, I think it's going to be Fernando Alonso.
Oh.
I think we're going to have an Alonso masterclass. And then he will get overtaken eventually. But
yeah.
I do think that, Perez should come out on top of this battle. We're seeing that. Sainz been pretty good this weekend. I think he was ahead of Leclerc in most of the practice sessions. Am I correct in saying that? I only caught a little bit of the practice sessions, but Sainz has been pretty decent this weekend.
Yeah, in practice 1 he was ahead, and practice 2 Leclerc was ahead, and then I think most of qualifying Sainz was ahead of Leclerc. So yeah, Sainz is driving pretty well. He does though, doesn't he? He's a absolutely terrible record here at Spa. He didn't start the race in 2020, and then in 2019 for McLaren, he only did 1 lap. And obviously last year there was no racing, so he hasn't done a full race distance here in 4 years. It's been a very unlucky race for him. But did you say who you think is going to win between Sainz and Perez?
I think it's got to be Perez, right? You'd think.
Yeah,
the Red Bull's just too good.
Yeah, and I think obviously Perez, very good race driver, but if you look at past Belgian Grand Prix, Perez has been pretty good on race day, especially when he was in a midfield car. He, I think, finished 2 or 3 years ago, 6th here in the Racing Point, 5th, I think, in 2018 as well. So does have a pretty good record here, just Perez.
Yeah, this track has always been a Racing Point. No longer Aston Martin, really now, in terms of it being a good track for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, like historically, that car's been good around here. So Perez certainly took full advantage of that car at this track for many years.
Yeah. So we'll go into the midfield. I mean, Alonso's going to finish at the head of the midfield pack. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Unless he has a. Sorry, I will butt in because I mean he has had a ridiculous amount of reliability issues this year. That's the only way it's going to stop him. And I love how Otmar, I think before, I mean, can't remember which race it was, but it was obviously before the break, saying that it was Alonso's fault that he's down this far in the championship. What a clown that guy is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to get bitter, I think, by the end. But yeah, it's not really surprised that it gets bitter when Fernando Alonso is involved. But yeah, for, Ricciardo, obviously starting 7th in the McLaren. Obviously, with Norris and Ocon and a couple other midfield drivers that normally would be around him on the starting grid taking penalties, Ricciardo's got a pretty good chance. Starts P7, and McLaren car looks pretty decent. Maybe not as quick as Alpine, but pretty decent. So, do you expect an 8th or a 9th? I've got him finishing probably 8th today. Would you say 8th, or do you think he'll fall back a bit further than that?
I hope for an 8th, but I mean, it's where he should have finished a couple of races this season. I think Spain, he was looking pretty good, but then his pace just fell off the face of the earth. So, I think there's a risk that he doesn't finish in the points, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's been sad this season because I think he finished, 6th in Australia, and then I think in the sprint race at Imola he was 6th as well, and then obviously had his little accident with Carlos Sainz. But since then, when he has gotten the points, it's been more like 8th, 9th, or even 10th, where he's been hovering around. I think the last, it wasn't Hungary, but I think France and Austria he finished in 9th. And that was really the best he could have done in that car. So, yeah, as long as he finishes in the top 9, I think that'd be a good enough result. And then, yeah, we'll quickly cover a couple more things in the midfield, then we'll get into the a few little things before we get into the race or the formation lap. With the other midfield drivers that are taking penalties, Norris, Ocon, Bottas. Tsunoda's not going to finish in the points because I don't think he'll come back from that far through the order. For Norris and Ocon, and maybe Bottas, how do you think they'll get on today? Do you think Norris and Ocon will come through to finish in the points?
What did you say? I like you cut out for a slight moment.
Oh, did
You're
I?
talking about the midfield.
What did I say exactly? Oh, yeah. For Norris and Ocon, I think Ocon starts, 16th and Norris 17th?
17th.
Yeah. Do you think they'll finish in the points, and where do you think most likely they'll be?
Well, Ocon will not finish in the points. I'm sure that's an unsurprising take from myself, but I think you'd
agree.
expect Norris. I think you'd expect Norris to probably get in the points, even though on paper the Alpine is probably the faster midfield car this weekend. So, yeah, I do think that Norris will finish ahead of Ocon, probably in the points.
Yeah, most likely. And finally, Alex Albon, qualified 10th, starts 6th. You never know, he could do... imagine if he got into the lead into Leclerc. Remember, though, he has, I think, the quickest car in a straight line this weekend. I think he was doing, 314 kilometers an hour in qualifying, and that was about 4 kilometers an hour quicker than Verstappen on that main speed trap. And in the first sector, yesterday in qualifying, he was the quickest driver out of anyone. So, for him, what are his chances of points? I've said that I don't think he will because I think they'll drop off in the middle sector of the lap. I just don't think they'll be able to hang on for long enough to really finish in the points. Do you think he can hang on, or what do you think is going to happen there with Albon?
Yeah, I think you would think that his tyres just fall off the cliff eventually, and he'll fall back through the field. But I mean, yeah, fantastic quality by Albon. I was looking over watching, what was I doing? The United game was on. I was watching that also. So I was flicking over between, and yeah, it was pretty good lap to get himself into Q3. So yeah, he should be very happy with what he's done. But yeah, I think they'd be expecting to fall back through the field today.
Yeah, I think he'll probably finish 12th or 13th, something like that. I mean, if he finished, I think Austria, he finished at, I think, 12th, where he was running in the points with about 10 laps to go. I think if he was in that type of position around there, I think he'd be pretty satisfied with that. And yeah, he's had a great weekend, and I'm sure maybe for the future has turned some heads in the paddock, because clearly showing that he is at the moment performing at a very high level. But we have 9.5 or 10 minutes to go until the formation lap gets underway, guys. So make sure to keep your comments coming in the chat, as we have not long now to go until the race is underway. And keep in letting me know in the chat, if you haven't already, what your predictions are for the race. Who do you think is winning the Grand Prix today? Let me know your top 5 at least in the chat. For me, I'm going to go Perez, and then Sainz, Verstappen, and then Hamilton, and I'm going to go Russell in 5th, because I think Mercedes will be a bit quicker than yesterday. I think we'll do a lot better in these temperatures as well. So let me know in the chat, whether you agree or disagree. Just give me your predictions. Full stop. Thankfully, it's dry, and there is no threat. I don't think there is any threat of rain today. Thank God. The first time and only time you'll ever hear me say that after last year's debacle. As Charles Leclerc just getting his helmet and getting ready to get in his car. But yeah, it should be a pretty good Grand Prix. The first 20 laps I'm expecting to be pretty exciting, to be honest. If it could be exciting up until the very end of the race, obviously that'd be great. But most likely the bulk of the action will come in the first 20 laps as everyone moves about, because there are so many cars out of position. Obviously Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris, Ocon, Tsunoda at the very back. Obviously Williams in the top 6. Obviously that's not really legitimate in terms of pace, and even the Aston Martins, with both Aston Martins in the top 10. Very quickly, Nib, for a minute or so, what do you think of the Piastri situation? How do you think it's going to end up? Do you think Piastri's going to McLaren for sure?
Yeah, I don't see... I mean, Webber would have had to have cocked up pretty massively for him to be in the Alpine next season. But I mean, Otmar, he's just promoting his driver's academy as a tremendous place of where everyone should go. Yeah, well done, Otmar. You're such a genius for wanting to take this to court. If he does go to McLaren, well done. You're so smart. I mean, Zach Brown, of course, called him out for his comments, and I feel pretty spot on. I know we talked about it briefly on Twitter, but
yeah,
it's just it's ridiculous. Like, you were trying to use him as a bargaining chip by lowballing Alonso as well. Like, what is just an absolute shambles by Alpine. They gave this contract to Ocon, who, let's face it, is at best like a middle of the field midfield driver. He's never going to be a top midfield driver. Is Ocon? They gave him this contract because he's French. We're going to have a French driver in a French team, and it's just put them in a bad spot where they could have had 2 quality drivers in Alonso and Piastri, and now they're going to have none.
Yeah. Yeah. An incredible situation. I don't think anyone would have seen what happened coming, but yeah, I think Piastri will go to McLaren and Alpine. Even though I still think Alonso probably should have been honest and told Alpine he wasn't going to stay with them. I mean, if he's not happy with staying with Alpine, then that's absolutely fine. nobody has to stay where they are employed at. But yeah, just a very.
But he did.
Did he?
The people at Alpine knew that he was having talks with Aston Martin, but not Otmar. Otmar was the only person that didn't know, according to Alonso. He said that on Friday.
Well, yeah. I did make a video about it, but I think, and I uploaded it on Wednesday. So, yeah. Obviously I didn't know that, but yeah, that situation has happened, and we'll see how that all ends up. But let's get into some final little stats before we get into the Grand Prix that begins. So the formation that begins in about just under 5 minutes time. So let me hide the countdown quickly and get into some stats regarding the top teams, and we'll start with Red Bull. Max Verstappen did win last year's Belgian Grand Prix and has only one win at Spa. Yes, last year's Grand Prix didn't really happen, but still counts officially as a win, and obviously he did get pole position. Red Bull have won at Spa 4 times since 2011, in 2011, 2013, 2014, and obviously last year. And Red Bull, despite not being great in qualifying most of the time this season, they have won 69% of the races so far in 2022, and most likely they will get their 10th win in 14 races so far this season today, from what I've seen so far this weekend. For Ferrari, Charles Leclerc has a race win here at Spa from 2019. That was his first ever win in Formula 1. Ferrari have won the Belgian Grand Prix twice since 2010, with obviously Leclerc in 2019, but also Sebastian Vettel in 2018. But except for that, it's not been a great place, Spa, for them on race day or even in qualifying. So it's never been, in terms of actual race results, a great place for the Ferrari team. And despite them being so good in qualifying, Ferrari have won just 30% of the races in 2022, despite having a car for a lot of this season as quick as the Red Bull, if not quicker. On to Mercedes. Lewis Hamilton, even though they haven't got a good car this weekend, watch out for him in terms of his performance, because he has won the Belgian Grand Prix 4 times since 2010, and he won in 2010, 2015, 2017 and 2020. Mercedes have also won the Belgian Grand Prix 4 times since 2015, 3 of them with Hamilton, 1 with Rosberg in 2016. And Mercedes have gone 14 races without a win. It's supposed to say, by the way, without, but I accidentally forgot to put the out there. And finally, we'll go on to McLaren, or most importantly, Daniel Ricciardo. Watch out for him today, obviously starting P7. This is normally one of his best tracks on the calendar, certainly on race day. He has 1 race win here at Spa in 2014 with 2 other podium finishes. The other 2 were 2nd in 2016 and 3rd in 2017. He did finish 4th in last year's Belgian Grand Prix, but unfortunately, considering how great he is, hasn't had a top 6 finish since the Australian Grand Prix. And let's quickly get into the championship standings before we get into this race. Max Verstappen, coming into this race, leads by 80 points. He's probably going to wrap the title up officially in 5 to 6 weeks' time. We'll see if we can build on his 80-point lead today. Leclerc 2nd. It is Perez just behind in 3rd, with Russell 4th, Carlos Sainz 5th, and Lewis Hamilton 6th. And then the rest of the top 10, Norris, Ocon, Bottas, and Alonso. And then the constructor standings, Red Bull leading by almost 100 points from Ferrari in 2nd. Mercedes aiming to close the gap to Ferrari, who are just ahead of them, 30 points ahead of them, as Mercedes are in 3rd. Alpine just ahead of McLaren in 5th by 4 points. And then it's Alfa Romeo 6th, Haas 7th, AlphaTauri 8th, Aston Martin 9th, and Williams in 10th. And now let's get into your starting grid for the 2022 Belgian Grand Prix. The front row here at Spa is Carlos Sainz on pole position. Sergio Perez is in 2nd. On the 2nd row, it is Fernando Alonso in 3rd, Lewis Hamilton 4th. That was, funnily enough, the same 2nd row as it was in 2007 with Alonso and Hamilton. Of course, at the time, they were teammates. On the 3rd row, Russell and Albon in the Mercedes and Williams respectively. Ricciardo and Gasly, both former Red Bull drivers, in 7th and 8th on the 4th row. In the 5th row, the 2 Aston Martins of Lance Stroll and Sebastian Vettel. 11th and 12th is Nicholas Latifi and Kevin Magnussen. 13th is Valtteri Bottas, with Max Verstappen starting from P14. 15th is Charles Leclerc with Esteban Ocon in 16th. Norris is 17th with Zhou Guanyu in 18th. And then Mick Schumacher is 19th, and he will start at the back of the grid on the grid. Tsunoda will start last and from the pit lane. So that is your starting grid, guys, for today's 2022 Belgian Grand Prix. And now let me get this, or get my graphics ready, as the formation lap is about to begin. And
go on. We have, of course, some tyre information for everyone here. Sainz is going to be starting on the soft tyre along with Bottas, Verstappen and Leclerc. Yuki Tsunoda on the hard compound tyres, and the rest are on the mediums. And Pierre Gasly is in the pit lane.
Oh, Gasly's in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see any indication from what we saw on the broadcast as to Gasly. So must have been a late decision there. So
when you were reading out the grid formation, they showed him in the pits.
Oh, right. So yeah, Carlos Sainz on the soft, and then Perez on the medium. And who else was the other ones on the soft? Bottas, Verstappen, Leclerc.
Yeah.
And then everyone else on mediums, I'm guessing.
Yeah, except for Tsunoda on the hards.
Right. Right. So I will do the tyres and the tyre graphics when I can. Formation lap, by the way, is already underway. Carlos Sainz and Sergio Perez already onto the Kemmel Straight on this formation lap. And of course, it will be a 44 lap Belgian Grand Prix. And yes, soon as I obviously get the positions correct at the end of the first lap or so, and all that, then I will update the official tyres for everyone. Not surprised at all that Carlos Sainz is going for the soft, because obviously they need to protect themselves with grip off the line from Perez, with the straight line speed that Perez does have, as they are about halfway through now this formation lap. All the orange smoke you can see around the track. Obviously, the Verstappen fans hoping for a win that is definitely, definitely could happen, even though Verstappen starting from 14th. As Carlos Sainz now is just coming through the exit of the Fania chicane, so he's just coming up to the end of the middle sector point. As he comes up to that now. So the race probably will officially begin in about a minute from now. So get ready, guys, for lights out here at Spa. Gasly, actually, I need to update that. So Gasly is starting from the very back now, I'm guessing.
You know what's funny as well, Chaz? I was because I was only just tuning in and out of quali yesterday. The rest raised the conspiracy theory that both the AlphaTauris would start from the pit lane to help out Verstappen, and look what's happened.
Yeah, make of that what you will. That's all I'll say when it comes to. I think we all know what's happening, but what are the other teams going to do about it? Really, as Sainz, Perez, Alonso, the top three, the all Spanish-speaking top three. I don't think we've ever had that before in Formula One. Now, onto the start-finish straight. And Carlos Sainz now lines up on pole position. Obviously, pole position positioned on the inside of the start-finish straight for turn one. As now the cars get lined up. So Verstappen will be starting 13th. So if he gains 3 or 4 positions on lap 1, then he's only got to clear like 3 or 4 midfield cars. And then he's up with the front runners again. So we'll see. As the final cars just getting lined up now. And here we go. The lights are on, guys. 3 lights, 4 lights, and 5 lights here at Spa. And the race is underway. Carlos Sainz has got a good start. Perez has had a horrible start. Fernando Alonso up to second. And I think Lewis Hamilton is up in third place there. No contact, thankfully, in turn one. And it is Carlos Sainz in the lead. Alonso up to second. I'll update the order in a moment as they come through the Eau Rouge and Radion now. And Efron through just about as Max Verstappen has had a decent start there. And now the slipstreaming begins. Will Lewis Hamilton go round the outside of Alonso into Leclerc? Oh, they do, and a massive bit of contact there, Alonso and Hamilton, and surely Alonso's suspension will be damaged from that. Well, some sort of damage as an Aston Martin goes wide there, and that was a massive piece of contact between Hamilton and Alonso. And now it is, I think, Russell in second place, as there is Max Verstappen muscling. I think it's Max Verstappen. I'm not sure. Past Charles Leclerc there. And it is, as we continue on lap one, and they're all over the back there of Lewis Hamilton. And Hamilton, definitely has damage to his car. And look, they're all climbing all over him, trying to find a way past. Sebastian Vettel overtakes quickly. And Hamilton in a very bad state here. And he's now pulled off. Not off the track, but he's pulled over to let Efron through. And Lewis Hamilton effectively is out of the race. With most likely, I guess, rear suspension damage. As now we are on lap 2 and still lots of racing into the bus stop chicane between all the midfield. What a crazy first lap that was. And we are on lap 2 out of 44 here at Spa. And still racing side by side, even towards the back. They're still into turn 1 between Norris and, I think, Zhou there in the Alfa Romeo. So Carlos Sainz is in the lead by almost 2 seconds now over Perez, as kicking up a bit of dirt there in the background. Yellow flag in sector 3, I'm guessing, for Lewis Hamilton. And Sebastian Vettel, interestingly, all the way up to 5th in the Aston Martin. What a start for him. So it is Carlos Sainz in the lead. Oh, big contact there. Only just caught the end of it between a Williams. Is it a Williams? I think it is.
Williams and Alfa Romeo.
So it's Latifi, and I think it might be Valtteri Bottas there. And Latifi ran wide into the gravel, spun across the track, and hit Valtteri Bottas, who looks as though he is now beached in the gravel. As Hamilton, full safety car, there has to be, because Lewis Hamilton's car is broke down on the side of the track and they need to clear that away. So, safety car on lap 2. And very disappointing there for Lewis Hamilton. Let me just quickly get the order correct. So Carlos Sainz is in the lead. And we've got Lewis Hamilton and Valtteri Bottas, by the way, out of the Grand Prix. So Sainz is in the lead. Perez second. Russell third. Alonso 4th. And then Sebastian Vettel is in 5th place, as they've now hidden the race order, which is annoying. Here's the race start, though, and Nib, I'll let you take us through it.
As of course we just wait a couple of seconds before it gets up, and as you mentioned, stinker start for Sergio Perez. It was a very good start for Daniel Ricciardo, I must say. He went quickly up into 6th, and pretty lucky that there was no contact between the Mercedes and Perez then. And if you look there, Verstappen's had an absolute mega start, but he starts to get compromised by what is happening in ahead, and that's how him and Leclerc ended up fighting. As you can see, Alonso's in the slipstream. Hamilton's in the slipstream. Alonso goes around the outside, and then what's happened here? Honestly, it looks... I don't know. I think we need to see the onboard from that. Not entirely sure, because it did look like Hamilton tried to squeeze him on the apex, at least from the offboard shot. But we'll see here how deep Alonso was going into the corner. Ooh, I'm not sure, Chaz.
To me, it looks like Lewis has squeezed him to the curb. I don't think Alonso could have gone anywhere else. Yeah, Lewis has squeezed him.
Yeah, I agree.
He's squeezed him to the curb there. Not on purpose. Well, not on purpose in a bad way. Obviously, he doesn't want to have a crash, but
potentially, you mean?
Yeah, as Perez went round the outside of Russell there. Great move, and then had to duck and dive his way past the Hamilton-Alonso contact. And yeah, Lewis is just turned in too much into Leclerc, and that is what has caused the accident. Alonso just couldn't go anywhere, and then that is such a Nicholas Latifi mistake, isn't it? Touching the gravel, spinning the car, and then wiping Valtteri Bottas. That's such a shame for Bottas because he made a pretty decent start by the looks of it. And yeah, that is a comical error. I mean, there would have been a safety car anyway for Lewis Hamilton's broken down car, but yeah.
I mean, Chaz, what Latifi just did there is what you do in an F1 random lobby.
Yeah, it is. It's a very simple, basic mistake, and Latifi did get going again. The Latifi is in the race, but I think he is last now. I will update the order, by the way, when they actually show what the order is. As, look at that. Vettel pushing Stroll into the gravel. And that's benefited Vettel a lot, because Vettel is now 5th in this race.
I'm sure Vettel's been wanting to do that for quite some time after we saw some quite aggressive driving by Stroll towards Vettel over the past year or so. I remember at Monza, at the Lesmos, my God, what's going on with Leclerc here?
They're going to pit him.
He had a puncture. I think there's some smoke on the front right. He has said,
Well, we'll see what happens. Leclerc had a great start. He was up to 8th, I think, there. Anyway, Now they're showing the order, and we're on lap 4, still under safety car conditions, by the way. You've not missed anything. Let me just update the order. So it is Sainz in the lead, Perez 2nd, Russell 3rd, Alonso 4th, Vettel 5th, Ricciardo 6th, and then Albon 7th. Verstappen is 8th. What a start for him, and that's exactly what he needed as Latifi comes in for a new front wing. Lance Stroll is 9th. Kevin Magnussen is in 10th. And then it's Ocon in P11. So good start there for Ocon. Norris is P12. And then it's Zhou in 13th place. Schumacher in 14th. And then Tsunoda up in P15. And then Gasly 16th. Obviously, Gasly started from the pit lane. Both AlphaTauri started from the pit lane. And then Leclerc 17th, Latifi 18th. And then your two retirements are Valtteri Bottas and Lewis Hamilton. So I'm just going to show this on screen now, the tyres. And I'll quickly update that the bottom two are out of the race. I know I know Leclerc is on the medium compound tyre.
And just before we get back underway, I just want to read Alonso's comment for those who haven't seen it. Yeah, what an idiot, closing the door from the outside. I mean, we had a mega start, but this guy only knows how to drive and start in first.
I'm sure that's going to get everyone going.
He's been holding that in for a decade, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been holding that in for 15 years, trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure that'll cause a massive reaction online, but there you go. I'm just trying to remember who was on the soft tyre. I think it's Sainz, Verstappen, Leclerc, or they were on the soft compound tyre. I think Bottas was as well. But Bottas is out. But yeah, safety car about to come in, guys. Carlos Sainz now becomes the leader of the pack. And I'll make sure to get the tyres correctly when I can. But Carlos Sainz still weaving about And now decides to go and gets the race underway. He's got to make sure. Oh, what's he done? Oh no, he's not got quite going yet. Now he does and gets a brilliant exit from the final corner. Now Sergio Perez has to defend heavily from George Russell into turn 1. Perez locks up and Russell will surely get a great slipstream. I know the Mercedes is struggling with straight line speed, but surely that Mercedes will get a good slipstream now on Perez. As they come through Eau Rouge and Radier, Alonso close behind as well. Very close behind Alonso. Surely Fernando's going to make a move here, possibly even get Perez as well. No, he's not quite going to get quite Perez, but Alonso, will he go around the outside of Russell? No. Russell keeps the position. So, Russell keeps third. Alonso is fourth. And it now settles down. Yuki Tsunoda has just overtaken Mick Schumacher for 14th place. So that is a move on the first lap. And Verstappen, I think we just saw there briefly, has overtaken Albon in the Red Bull. So, lap 5 out of 54. And it is Sainz, Perez, Russell, Alonso, Vettel, your top 5. And now Verstappen, look at him crawling all over the back of Ricciardo. And surely he'll overtake Ricciardo, probably, by the time we get to the bus stop chicane in about 30 seconds' time. As Verstappen, probably in that Red Bull, flat through full flare curve. And now, maybe might not, he probably will, I think, go for a move on Ricciardo here as they all come through Blanchimont now. And Verstappen goes down the inside of Ricciardo. And Verstappen up to 6th place on lap now 6 out of 54. This is working so well for Max Verstappen. And yet Verstappen up to P6 as Lewis Hamilton slowly trudges back. Let me just update that Max is on the soft compound.
What's Lewis?
I think he's I don't actually know where he is.
That's going to be memed to hell over the next week.
It is. As we got another overtake here. Alex Albon on Daniel Ricciardo. And Albon up to 7th past Ricciardo. Great move there. Obviously, Albon has a lot of straight line speed in that Williams. So good move there by the Williams driver. So Albon now up to P7. In the top 10 there, the tyres are correct. Everyone in the top 10 is on the mediums except for Max Verstappen and Carlos Sainz, who are on the soft compound tyre. And then let me just update that. What do you call it? Lando Norris and Zhou Guan Yu are on the mediums. As Max Verstappen, I think, is going to overtake Sebastian Vettel probably in a few seconds' time. And Albon, good move there on Ricciardo. As Tsunoda's on the hard. And then Schumacher is on the medium. And then I think everybody else, including Nicholas Latifi's on the medium as well. As here goes Max Verstappen up the inside of Sebastian Vettel. And on lap 7, he is now up to P5. Let me just update the lap. Go on.
Yeah, and do you have an updated race prediction, Chaz?
Yes. Max Verstappen is going to win this race. There is no doubt about it. So Verstappen, obviously on the soft. And, he's going to overtake Alonso immediately. Look at this. Only 4 tenths behind. Too easy. There you go. Up the inside into Lecombe. Not even into Lecombe, before Lecombe. And Max is now 4th. It is just too easy for Verstappen. And up to 4th place. And he only has, Russell, Perez, Sainz now between him and the race win. And Max is only 5.3 seconds off the lead. So, yeah. As Mick Schumacher has either been overtaken or has made a mistake, because he's now all the way down to 18th position. So there you go. And the order settles down a bit as Leclerc's crawling all over the back of Pierre Gasly through the Fanyu chicane. Leclerc, though, is in a bit of a DRS train, so he's going to find it not very difficult, but tough to a certain extent to find his way through. Or not as easy as it would be, obviously, if the car's head did not have DRS. Looks as though Max Verstappen, guys, he's going to overtake George Russell on the next lap. Like I said, way too easy. And thankfully for him, the leader, Carlos Sainz, who is 1.9 seconds clear of Sergio Perez, is also on the same tyre as Max, so Max doesn't have to worry about his tyres falling off quicker compared to the leader. As we are now on lap 8 out of 44. And my guess, honestly, is that Leclerc is going to be in that gaggle of cars, by the looks of it, for quite a while. Because that is a big DRS train all the way. There you go. Verstappen now third. And, yeah, he now has only... how many seconds? About 2.7 seconds. The difference between him and Sergio Perez, the next man up the road. Is this easier than you thought, Niv? Because this is ridiculous. This is literally like playing on zero AI. Isn't it? It's ridiculous.
The rocket ship Red Bull is back. I mean, that's just very easy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is easier than what I thought, for sure. I mean, I thought that he'd probably be able to take the lead, like, with maybe 10 laps to go. But, I mean, at this rate, he's going to be in the lead in about 15 laps.
Yeah. Obviously,
not even, probably less. Probably less.
Yeah, quite possibly. As Leclerc has passed Pierre Gasly. Now, next man... they needs to overtake is Yuki Tsunoda on the hard compound tire. I didn't actually catch the overtake, but
he sent it up the inside like his brother would.
Yeah,
there was some yeah.
Yeah, his brother is quite mental when it comes to that. As
yes,
Sainz saying on team radio, high degradation, not good news. As Perez closes in by half a second on Sainz, as Leclerc now overtakes Tsunoda for 14th place, as we're now on lap 9 out of 44. And yeah, this is proof as to what I was saying in the build-up, is that the Haas car is the slowest car on track this weekend. They were lapping on their long runs on Friday, almost 2 seconds a lap slower than McLaren even. And yeah, holding up the pack is Magnussen. Well, not anymore, because Lando Norris has found his way past. Ocon actually overtook Magnussen, I think, a lap or two ago. So Magnussen is now into P12. And I just need to update that Leclerc is up to 14th and quickly do the tyres as well. I got to say I'm surprised. I mean, with the soft compound tyre, obviously you're going to have more degradation than you are on the medium, but I am surprised that Carlos is having high degradation this early. I mean, we've only had, 5 racing laps now. I am surprised that it's hurting Ferrari that much. That was their hope coming into this race, that they'd have better tyre wear. And by the looks of it, that's not the case, as those front tyres don't look terrible, but they don't look great. That's the slow-mo of him going through the bus stop chicane. As Perez, we'll see what the gap is when they come back from this replay. The gap, as Carlos Sainz begins lap, as Verstappen, look at Verstappen already closing the gap. And Perez, Verstappen also saying high degradation. Perez has DRS now on Carlos Sainz, so Carlos is now going to struggle a lot with those tyres. Can he defend himself against Sergio Perez. Let's see. Well, no, Sainz has pulled out, I think, a bit in that first sector. Yeah, 1.4. As Leclerc has just overtaken Zhou Guanyu for 13th. I've just seen it. He's probably going to overtake Kevin Magnussen in a minute for 12th. As, yeah, Perez only 1.1, 1.2 at the minute behind. And, yeah, Leclerc is now up to P12. Of course, Leclerc's already made his pit stop. And if Carlos Sainz was to pit now, he would come out, I think, right in the middle of that gaggle of cars that Leclerc was stuck with. If not just behind them. So, can't pit now, Sainz, because it will lose him a lot of time. As Perez gaining. Verstappen, even though he's suffering probably from high degradation, he is still gaining on Carlos Sainz, and he is only 2.2, 2.3 seconds off the lead. And Max will actually have DRS in a moment from the back of Sergio Perez. Red Bull probably should swap the positions around, shouldn't they, Neb? Because Verstappen, I mean, I know he's got high degradation, or higher degradation, but Verstappen's quicker, isn't he?
He's been a second quicker than every other car on track this race so far.
Wow.
I'm not trolling.
That is incredible. As Alex Albon has pitted for Williams from 7th place. He was running well, Albon.
Ricardo up a position. Come on.
As Verstappen here, he's going to have DRS from the back of Sainz. We're on lap 11 now. And is Max going to go for the move? He puts the car there, but Perez says, no, you're not coming through. Red Bull should just let him through. I don't see really the point in holding him up. He's going to overtake anyway at some point. But Alex Albon, by the way, Pierre Gasly has pitted as well. Albon is on the hard compound tyre. As, I think, yeah, Zhou has just passed Kevin Magnussen. So Albon, let me just put Gasly down to 18th. And then Albon is down to 17th. And let me just update that. There you go. As Max Verstappen is still about half a second or 0.6 of a second behind Perez. Perez about 1.3, 1.4 behind Carlos Sainz. I'm sure Max asking for a way through, which he should be, because even though Max's tyres will be wearing up quite a bit, Max is clearly quicker than Perez. And Albon and Gasly, by the way, as Carlos Sainz has pitted for Ferrari. I'm surprised they pitted just then. I thought they would have gone a bit longer. As Verstappen surely will overtake Perez either on this lap or Perez will just let him through. We're now on lap 12 out of 44. And Carlos Sainz and Fernando Alonso has pitted as well. And I don't know what tyre Sainz went on to. Did you see, Nib? Or I'm not sure. But Verstappen.
I didn't see.
Verstappen, here he goes. Going to overtake Sergio Perez. And Max Verstappen now leads the Belgian Grand Prix. So, Carlos Sainz has dropped to... He's dropped to 6th place, actually. So, still a lot quicker than a lot of the midfield runners. So, Verstappen is in the lead now from Perez, as Leclerc there just overtook Lando Norris. And you've got an Alpine there.
Sainz,
Go on.
Sainz has come out behind Ricardo. So
yeah, that's bad.
Verstappen will be in the lead.
That is very bad for him. He's going to be stuck behind Ricardo for a few corners, or possibly the entire lap. Will he go down the inside into P1? Yes, he will. Good move from Carlos Sainz. So Carlos is 5th. Alonso has pitted, actually, so I need to update that. So it's Vettel 4th, Sainz 5th, and then Alonso has rejoined in 14th place, I believe. And yes, he has. Kevin Magnussen has also pitted. So Magnussen down to 18th and Alonso behind Latifi in 14th.
Just look at the gap. He's already pulled out here, Chaz.
1.5 seconds. Incredible.
High deg as well, apparently.
Stupendous drive. That's the only word I can use for it. It's incredible. He's now begun lap 13. Here comes Ricciardo and Ocon. By the way, with the tyres, I know some of the information is wrong. I'll update it when I get the chance to. There's a bit too much going on at the minute, so I'll make sure to do it when I can. As Ricciardo and Ocon both pit. Let's just see where they come out first.
Good pit stop by McLaren.
Yeah, very good. 2.3 seconds. And they both come out in 15th and 16th, respectively. So Ocon is into P16. Ocon's having a decent race. And Ricciardo is as well. Ricciardo now in P15. As Fernando Alonso has now overtaken Nicholas Latifi for 11th, as we're just seeing on the broadcast, him going up the inside of Latifi into the bus stop chicane. And now look at Max Verstappen, who has pulled out. Look at this. He's pulled out another second. This is like... This cannot just be the car. I mean, it's not, because Perez is in the same car and he should be theoretically on better tyres. This is like... Dare I say, it's like watching Ayrton Senna and Michael Schumacher combined. It's incredible.
Okay. That was a step too far.
Well, I don't get it. It doesn't make any logical sense as to why he should be this quick. He's a second and a half quicker on tyres that are in worse condition. How is he doing it? I don't...
Yeah, I know.
I can't even say anything. Max Verstappen is going to win this race, guys. Unless he has a problem with his car, he's going to win this race. There's no doubt about it. Carlos Sainz is now up to 3rd because George Russell has pitted. And Russell comes out just behind Charles Leclerc, who's now up to 6th, just behind Lance Stroll. Looks as though he's going to overtake... what do you call it? He's going to overtake Stroll in a moment. As Vettel actually is 4th, not Lance Stroll. As 4th and 5th at the moment for Aston Martin. Well, not anymore because Charles Leclerc does complete that move as we are on lap 14. And only 30 laps to go here at Spa and heading in only one direction, really, at the moment, as those front tyres on Max Verstappen's car look probably just as bad as it was for Carlos Sainz on his tyres, but obviously that was a few laps ago, as he continues to pull out another, 7-8 tenths of a second. Can you see at the minute, actually, Nib, what's his lap times compared to Carlos Sainz at the minute on the mediums? You know?
Well, I can only see from lap 12 at the moment. Lap 12, Sainz was 6 tenths faster. So Sainz will come out ahead once Verstappen pits. But yeah, then it will be just a matter of time. Yeah, and Sainz is pretty fast on track at the moment. So
right. So
and Perez is pitting first.
Yeah, Perez.
But, I mean, there is a gap, I suppose.
Yeah, Perez on another set of mediums, so he's committing himself there to a 2-stop strategy as Sebastian Vettel pits as well. So Carlos Sainz are now on lap 15, is up to 2nd. Charles Leclerc is now 3rd, and then Perez is... Oh no, Perez is 3rd ahead of Leclerc there, and he came out, I think, just ahead of Leclerc. That's why Leclerc now is right in the slipstream of Perez coming to Les Coons. Will Leclerc go round the outside? Or squeezes him a bit there. I remember he had a penalty for that once against Grosjean about 10 years ago. Don't know if you remember that, Nib, but was lucky that didn't cause an incident. And Perez keeps third.
Not quite 10 years ago, because of course that Grand Prix ended a little bit differently, but yes, I do know what you're referencing.
Yeah. Very lucky that Leclerc and him didn't make any contact, as Russell is about to overtake Charles Leclerc in a moment. And I've got to be honest, I'm not quite sure Ferrari have gone with a great strategy here for Charles Leclerc, because now George Russell is going to overtake him, and Leclerc is going to be fifth, probably quicker than the cars behind, but he's going to now be on quite a bit more worn tyres. Is Verstappen going to pit? Yes, he does. Those tyres definitely are finished, especially on the front end, and probably the rear end as well. As we're on lap 16, and Max Verstappen is indeed coming into the pits. And a set of 2.8 seconds that pit stop was. I think, is it hard tyres going on for that car? I think it was.
Let's see.
As Carlos Sainz is in the lead, and Verstappen still ahead of Perez. And nope, he's on the medium. So Carlos Sainz back into the lead. But as Nib said, it is only a matter of time until Max Verstappen gets back into the lead of this race.
Yeah, I mean, just... Oh, sorry, we'll actually look at this action as we've got... Is this Russell on Leclerc? And Russell will get this... Well, obviously it's going to be Russell, because of course Hamilton's at the Grand Prix. Is Russell easily going to get that done up the inside into Leclerc? But just for reference, on the previous lap where, of course, Perez is pitted, he gained 1.1 seconds in the middle sector on Sainz. So it will literally just be a matter of time before the Red Bulls get in front of Charles Leclerc.
Yeah. Of Carlos Sainz, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, I've done a crofty. Apologies, everyone.
Here's a replay of that Perez and Leclerc thing. And yeah, Perez on the very limit there. We're squeezing Leclerc off the track. Closing the gap completely.
That was contact there.
Yeah, he says Leclerc on the team radio didn't leave a car space and we touched. So, and then they just said understood. There'll be, I don't think anything happening with that. As Max has already gained a second on this lap. So it is game, set, and match, really. Just want to complete the rest of the order, though. So the top 10 is currently Sainz, Verstappen, Perez, Russell, Leclerc, and then Alonso, Tsunoda, Albon is 8th for Williams, and then it is Vettel in 9th. So Albon has actually gained another position because he was behind Vettel, and then Ocon is on the hard. Oh no, is Ocon on the hard compound tyre? Thought he was then. But Ocon is in 10th. So that is your top 10. Sainz, Verstappen, Perez, Russell, Leclerc, Alonso, Tsunoda, Albon, Vettel, Ocon. Tsunoda has not pitted yet, if you're wondering why he's so far up when he started in the pit lane. And yeah, Verstappen, look at that. He's only 2 seconds behind. A lap ago, he was like 4.5 seconds behind. A ridiculous amount of time he's taken out of Sainz there. As here is Vettel, who is going to overtake Alex Albon for P8. Vettel having a very good race here. Obviously, he's won here 3 times, I think, previously. He's always been very good here at Spa. And Vettel up to 8th. I will update what tyres they're all on once I get a chance to, but I just need to update the correct order. Ricciardo is in 11th. And then you've got Pierre Gasly in 12th. Don't think Gasly, though, is pitted. And we'll look at that. And Ocon, I think the McLaren ran wide then. Ocon sent it around the outside of both cars. What an overtake that is from Ocon. And then here's Mick Schumacher and Latifi. Good move. Very good move from Schumacher. Passing, guess you'd say up the inside into Eau Rouge. And Max is now under a second behind Carlos Sainz as they begin lap 18. And we'll have the DRS.
It's going to be in the lead.
Look at him. He's all over the back of him. It was crashed into the back of him there. Verstappen did a 150.7. That was at least 1.5 seconds quicker than Sainz. As they come through Eau Rouge and Radion now. And here he comes. Carlos Sainz tries to weave, but there's nothing he can do. Verstappen pulls to the outside. DRS wide open. And Max Verstappen leads the Belgian Grand Prix. On lap 18.
Do you want to know the lap time difference on that previous lap?
Yeah, go
so
for
as we know, Verstappen did a 50.7. Sainz did a 53.1.
2.5 seconds, pretty much.
I mean, Perez did a 51.6. Like, I mean, the Red Bull's just in a league of their own.
Yeah. Ferrari, should not have that type of drop-off, really, on pace, as I've just seen Lance Stroll has overtaken Lando Norris for 13th place, and Stroll on the medium compound tyre. Norris is 14th, and then it's Zhou, Magnussen, Schumacher, Latifi. So that is your now correct order on the screen. And then we update now the tyres. So the top 6 are on mediums. And then it is Yuki Tsunoda on hard compound tyres. As here we're looking at Esteban Ocon all over the back of Alex Albon, who is still holding on to a points-paying position. Vettel is on the hard compound tyre as well, as we're now on lap 19. Verstappen has pulled a 2-second gap to Carlos Sainz. So yeah, as Ocon getting close to overtaking Albon, but not quite yet. That Alpine is very quick today compared to the other midfield teams.
Go
on.
Just quickly, Verstappen was 2.8 seconds quicker than Sainz on that previous lap.
Again, like, he's on fresher tyres by, 3-4 laps, but he shouldn't be that much quicker. That is ridiculous. As Esteban Ocon might be overtaking Albon on this lap. I don't think we're going to see it, unfortunately, because we're looking at a Ferrari. But Yuki Tsunoda has pitted, as Leclerc's on the radio, probably rightfully complaining, what are we doing? We're already a pit stop behind the Red Bulls. Sergio Perez, by the way, will probably overtake Carlos Sainz in the next 2 or 3 laps. He's only 1.2 now seconds behind Sainz. Tsunoda has rejoined in 17th place. Good first stint though, got up to P7 and his pace was pretty good. So yeah, good job there from Tsunoda. And he now comes out on the medium. We'll see how he gets on. Let me just update the tyres though. As here is Perez all over the back of Carlos Sainz as they begin lap 20. Lance Stroll, by the way, there, on the medium compound tyre. Interestingly, so he's committing himself absolutely to a 2-stop race. As Sainz pulls away a bit in the exit of turn 1. So not sure that Perez will overtake Sainz on this lap. And no, he's too far behind. The Red Bull is quick in a straight line. It's not that quick. As Max is already now, as we're only in the first sector of lap 20, Max is already 4 seconds clear of Carlos Sainz. Let me just update the rest of the tyres. So yeah, Stroll on the hard, Stroll on the medium, Norris on the hard, Zhou is on the medium, Magnussen is on the hard, Schumacher is on the hard, Tsunoda on the medium, Latifi on the hard. Pretty sure that is what it is. And here is a replay of Alex Albon locking up massively, and then that has now let through Esteban Ocon. So Ocon is now up to 8th place in this Grand Prix. And so it's still amazing. Verstappen's pace. He's going to lap a lot of people today. I mean, it's pretty hard to lap people at Spa because obviously how long the lap is. But the amount of time he is gaining on everybody, he's going to lap quite a few people today as these now begun lap 21, and he was about, probably a second and a half at least quicker, probably 2 seconds quicker knowing him on that lap. As Sergio Perez, remember, has to overtake Carlos here. I mean, Carlos will probably have to pit again, but Perez is absolutely on a 2-stop. Sainz does not have to pit again. Here they come, though, onto Camel Straight. Carlos Sainz defense to the inside. Perez, right on the slipstream now, ducks out from behind and goes round the outside. And it is now Perez up to 2nd. And it is now a Red Bull 1 and 2. And really, even though Perez again is on a 2-stop, and Sainz, well, he probably will be on a 2-stop, but we know Perez is for sure on a 2-stop. That should guarantee now a Red Bull 1-2, as we're now looking at Lando Norris. No, not Lando Norris, Daniel Ricciardo, who is in the slipstream and DRS of Alex Albon. As great move there by Lance Stroll round the outside of Pierre Gasly. And that's a good move that sees him up to P11.
It just looked like Gasly had no grip at all. And Stroll had all of it. That's a great move by Stroll.
Yeah, was because they were quite side by side into that corner. It wasn't a done deal or anything. And Aston Martin looking pretty good at the moment. They're 7th and 11th. And Stroll probably will gain a couple more positions on that tyre, I'd imagine. Stroll also absolutely committing himself to a 2-stop race. The people have gone onto the hard tyre. They might pit again, but I'm not sure. I'm not absolutely sure they will. We'll see. Interestingly, Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin on the hard tyre, compared to Fernando Alonso on the medium in 6th, Vettel is gaining on Alonso, and he's only 2.3 seconds behind. So look out for that.
It was a second on the previous lap, Chaz.
Yeah, so Vettel, very quick. We've seen Aston Martin this season have been very quick in the races. If they were as quick in qualifying as they are on race day, they'd probably be at least in 6th place in the championship. But yeah, as Ricciardo going to try and have another move on Albon, but I just think the Williams is too quick in a straight line compared to the McLaren, and the McLaren is quicker in a straight line now compared to it was previously, but it's still not quick enough. And no, Ricciardo, his DRS didn't really make any headway on Albon there. As now Norris and Zhou are now trying to attack Pierre Gasly ahead of them, as Max Verstappen is leading Sergio Perez by almost, or pretty much, 7.5 seconds. So the race, in terms of the race win, it's over, pretty much, because Max is going to win the race. There is no doubt about it, unless he retires from the race. To be honest, if he had a puncture now and had to pit, I think he would probably still win the race. That's how quick the guy is.
Also, didn't Ferrari go with a high downforce setup for this race?
Compared to Red Bull, I think. I know Red Bull are running more downforce than normal because they've got, such an advantage in a straight line. But I think that's what they were saying yesterday after qualifying. They were hoping that they would have the advantage when it came to tyre wear, and clearly it's been the other way round completely.
Well, it's a second in the middle sector every lap.
I can't explain that. I can't explain that at all. Someone pitted then. Don't know who it was. Oh, it was Was it Gasly? It was Gasly.
Live timing.
It was it was Pierre Gasly there who came into the pits. Let's see where Gasly comes out. Comes out 18th. Go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say Verstappen's probably going to lap up to Albon at this pace. He's 3 seconds lap faster than Albon, so
yeah,
doing quick math, not very good math. I think he'll probably lap up to Albon. Well, Maxwell at least.
Yeah, he'll I think probably 9th or 10th at the most. I mean, we'll see how obviously the race goes on. As Tsunoda, I notice, is now up to 15th, ahead of Mick Schumacher, also coming back through the field after his pit stop. And Gasly has pitted, come out 18th, and Gasly is actually 17th, and Gasly is on the medium. So I'll just quickly update those two positions and update the lap.
I gotta say, Chaz, I think by the end of this race that George Russell will be on the back of Sainz. He's starting to gain significant time in that middle sector to Sainz.
With Russell and Sainz, how much did he gain on the last lap?
On the previous lap, it was 6/10.
Yeah, he'll catch him. He's only 5.5 seconds behind, and we've got 20 laps. Yeah. I mean, will he overtake him? We'll see, but he should have a good chance at getting the podium here, which would be such an embarrassment for Ferrari. I mean, the embarrassment today is not necessarily bad strategy or reliability, as who was that? Lando Norris? Or is it Stroll and Ricciardo? I think it's Stroll and Ricciardo. Yeah, it is. And Stroll trying to go for a move to Eau Rouge, couldn't get it done, and then tries to do it on the Kemmel Straight, but he can't quite do it. But Tsunoda, is up to 15th, and Gasly is up to P17. Well, Gasly's about to overtake Mick Schumacher, I think. 16th, and he does. So Gasly up to 16. Look out for the AlphaTauris, because they have Tsunoda pitted quite late out of that pack, and Gasly has just pitted, so he might gain a bit of time here. And I mean, there's plenty of racing going on out there, but a bit of a lull in the action in terms of the very front of the field, as Verstappen has already begun lap 25, and he is 10 seconds clear of Sergio Perez. Sainz says trying to avoid the bump in, what did that say?
And 5. It's quite important.
I don't know. Maybe this whole technical directive, maybe it's affected their pace. Who knows? George Russell, it says, will be in striking distance in 3 laps, as the gap is now down to 4.5 seconds. So yeah, Ferrari in massive trouble here. Massive tyre trouble.
Yeah. It was 9/10 on that previous lap.
Yeah. I can't see anything visible. It just isn't quick. It's wearing its tyres out so heavily. And yeah, Russell has gained about 4 seconds over the last 4 laps or so. Or maybe just under that, as Stroll still trying to pass Ricciardo. Ricciardo, I think, trying to overtake Albon, but wasn't able to get it done until Leclerc. As, looking at Carlos Sainz, because they're showing him on the screen, nothing obvious that I can see, but just isn't quick as Russell has taken out, I think, half a second at least on this lap so far. And they've told Carlos to box. So this will be his final pit stop as Verstappen on lap 26 now. And here he comes. So he will come out Sainz in 4th place because Leclerc is too far behind. They've told Leclerc to box as well. Leclerc, by the way, Sebastian Vettel within a second of Alonso now. Leclerc will probably come out in 8th, I think. So yeah, Sainz is now in 4th, and Sainz is on the mediums, I'm pretty sure. And Leclerc now goes on to a set of mediums as well. And yes, Sebastian Vettel, well, he's now past Alonso because Alonso has pitted. Let me just see where they come out. Leclerc, I think, will come out in 6th place now. Or 7th place, sorry. As it's now Vettel 5th, Ocon 6th, and then Leclerc 7th. And Alonso has dropped all the way down to P13 in the Alpine. And Alonso on a set of hard compound tyres, which he hasn't used yet in this Grand Prix. And we'll see what Perez, or what Red Bull decide to do with Perez. They'll probably just keep him out, to be honest, for a few more laps, because I don't think Sainz is going to do really that many stunning lap times, as Sainz is actually on the hard tyre, Leclerc on the medium. So let me just update also that Sonoda is in 14th place. And we are on lap 27. Only, 17 laps to go. Of course, a much longer lap around here, which is why it still takes like an hour and 35, hour and 40 minutes for a Grand Prix. But this race has flown by. Still a massive fight for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Seems to be 13th as well, as Alonso will join this battle as well for Alpine. And Verstappen, by the way, is 12 seconds clear of Perez. And then a further 9.5 seconds to Russell. So he's about a pit stop ahead of Russell. The Max could, if he wanted to, pit and not lose really anything. But
I've got to say,
go on.
Russell is lapping at a similar lap time to Perez over the last couple of laps. So a decent enough race by Russell here in this second stint at the moment.
Yeah, looking good. I did say that I thought Mercedes would be a lot quicker in the race, and that's proven to be the case. Shame for Hamilton that he's out. As Lance Stroll and Alex Albon, by the way, have pitted for Williams and Aston Martin, respectively. So let me just update where those two have come out onto track. As a car there just filters out in front. I think Albon. It's Stroll behind Latifi. And Albon, preferably, needs Latifi to hold him back. And he does for now. So Stroll is down all the way to the back of the field that is still in the race in 18th. And Albon is in P16. There you go. As we're now on lap 28, and Sergio Perez is into the pits for a set of hard compound tyres, I'm pretty sure it'll be. So Russell will go up to second. Where is Carlos Sainz? Carlos Sainz, nowhere near, really. Perez had a 2.4 second pit stop, and Perez rejoins ahead. So, yeah, Perez still going to finish in second position. And let me just update the tyres for everybody else if I can. Let's just see this replay, though, of Alonso overtaking Zhou. Look at that. Great yeah, great piece of driving there from Alonso, obviously on much fresher tyres. Then down the inside into turn 8. And Alonso, obviously, he should be finishing probably up in, say, 6th place by the end of this Grand Prix. So we just do the tyres quickly. So, yeah, you've got Alonso now ahead of Zhou. And I'll do, obviously, that position in a moment. Just want to do.
So Alonso's overtaken Norris now.
Yeah.
Up into P9.
Just got past Norris. Obviously, he's on much fresher tyres and on the same compound, so there's no real wear difference. As Alonso up to 9th, and be interesting to see when Sebastian Vettel comes into the pits. Here is a replay of Lance Stroll dive bombing Nicholas Latifi into the bus stop chicane, and now has to set off after Alex Albon, who could very well finish in the points today, as on I think they were expecting a pit stop there, the camera crew, as we've begun.
Russell, I think, was supposed to come in, yeah.
Yeah, but he's stayed out, as we're now on lap 29. So just trying to go for that extra lap. Russell is about 10 seconds ahead of Sainz, so he wouldn't be that far behind Carlos when he pitted.
Perez is on 2 laps fresher tyres and has just gone 1.3 seconds faster in the middle sector than Sainz.
Yeah, Ferrari have a fundamental car problem, surely. As Zhou Guanyu has pitted, I've just seen. Yeah, it has to be some sort of fundamental issue with this track or something, because that just makes no sense. As here comes Charles Leclerc, who overtakes Esteban Ocon for P6. And here is Alonso overtaking Ricciardo, 8th. So Alonso up to 8th. And Zhou is on the soft compound tyre now, which is pretty interesting, because that tyre was pretty bad earlier. But here we go. Is a replay just of Leclerc passing Ocon. What could it be? Because it literally just tyre wear, or is it damage on their car?
It was not tyre wear, because these are 3-lap-old hards. I don't know what the issue is. I mean, there has to be some explanation for it, for sure.
Yeah.
As now, I think we're going to get George Russell.
Yeah, we do.
Here he is.
Russell pits, and he will come out behind, as he now goes onto the hard compound tyre. He will come up behind Perez and Sainz. And here he comes. And yeah, Carlos has already gone through. 2.5 second pit stop, so a good stop there by the Mercedes boys. And he's about 8 seconds behind. So if he can gain the amount of time that Perez is on Sainz, especially in that middle sector, then he could absolutely catch Carlos by the end of this race, as McLaren are now out in the pit lane. Max Verstappen, by the way, Nib, 54 seconds ahead of Leclerc. I know Leclerc's pitted, I think, 2 more times, but I think Max is quicker at the minute compared to Leclerc. Leclerc's on fresh mediums.
They're on this. Charles was 0.2 faster, but I mean, Verstappen was 1/10 faster than Sainz on the previous lap, and Perez was 2 seconds quicker than Sainz on the previous lap.
Yeah, just incredible pace. As lap 31. We're now on, and Max Verstappen is going to come in for his final pit stop to put on another set of mediums.
I mean, bloody Stroll was faster than Sainz on the previous lap.
Either he just doesn't feel comfortable in that car, or like I said, there is a fundamental problem with that car. He cannot be that slow. Yeah, Verstappen, by the way, yeah, pitted, come out, medium tyres, and he has and we'll see in a moment, but it'll probably be like a 13-second lead or something. Oh no, it's a lot lower than that. It's 8.5 or 8 seconds, but I'm sure he'll build that up to about 15 seconds at least by the end. So, go on.
I have no doubt that the podium here to finish will be Verstappen, Perez, and Russell.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Russell's how much he's catching at the minute.
I can tell you.
He's caught
a second in the middle sector.
Yeah, a second. I've just seen that. He's cut it down to 7 seconds now. As Leclerc is about to overtake Sebastian Vettel by the looks of it as Tsunoda pits. I will, by the way, guys, update the tyres when I can, but I'm just trying to get, obviously, the order correct. I think I've got most of the tyres correct, maybe except for Leclerc, who is now passing Sebastian Vettel for 5th, and he does. And Leclerc is 5th, with Vettel down to P6. And, well, are Aston Martin going to keep him out there? Surely not. I mean, if he pits now, he would only be, I don't know, 5 seconds behind Alonso, so he'd still have a good chance with Vettel for 6th place. But, yeah. As Max has gained about a second on this lap, at least, compared to Perez. And Russell has taken, I think, another second on this lap, at least, over Sainz. That's one now on lap 32. Out of 44, 12 laps to go. Just want to say quickly, before we get to anything else in this Grand Prix, anyone new watching, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. So don't forget to subscribe. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And for everyone watching, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel every way you can. And don't forget, I will be live for an hour after this race finishes to react with you guys to the Belgian Grand Prix, as we've only got, 12 laps or 12 and a half laps to go. This race is here's Lando Norris overtaking Zhou Guanyu on the Camel Straight. Hasn't had as good of a race as I expected, Norris. And McLaren definitely not as quick as I thought they'd be in race trim, but yeah, there you go. As Stroll right up the back of Albon here. Let me just update the order, though. So the top 5 is correct. Verstappen leading from Perez, Sainz, Russell, and Leclerc. And then it's Vettel, Ocon, Alonso, Ricciardo. Gasly is 10th. And then it is Albon in 11th. With Stroll in P12. See here if Stroll overtakes Albon. No, he's not going to. Even better for Max, he's now on the medium, so he will be quicker anyway with the tyre advantage. And the mediums performing very well as he begins now lap 33.
He was just 1.5 seconds faster than Perez in the middle sector. I mean, certainly that helps with the medium tyres, of course, but Christ, he's just done a 49.3. Like, that's ridiculous.
How much quicker was he compared to Sainz? Like 3 seconds or something?
My timing's not updated yet.
Yeah, Sainz hasn't got to the line yet.
No, also, it's a little bit behind because it's on the phone. Sainz just did a personal best lap of a 51.9, which was only 0.3 off Perez, but Russell was actually the fastest out of was actually faster than both of them. He did a 51.0, so yeah, Russell's actually having a pretty good race here.
He is, very good race. Obviously, was great here last year in the Williams. But still.
Equally.
Yeah, equally. 2.5 seconds, though, between Max and Carlos. That is incredible. That's a pace difference you'd expect from a front-running car to a midfield car. As Ocon has pitted, and so is now Daniel Ricciardo. Ricciardo, another great pit stop for him, for the McLarens. As Ricciardo will come out in 15th. Will he? Just had a Tsunoda note. Tsunoda will take that. Ricciardo in P15. Ricciardo, though, I think might overtake Tsunoda on Camel Straight. And what? That is an incredibly condescending message. Try your best. Your last lap was good. And then Carlos responded, "I'm pushing a lot." Yeah,
it was his personal best lap. They're not telling lies.
I mean, it was good in terms of it was his best lap, but yeah,
but it's Ferrari. Come on. Oh dear.
Let's just leave it at that. It's Ferrari.
I mean, hey, I mean, yeah, I mean, he was only 1.1 seconds slower than Verstappen on that lap. That's a mega job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I did not think this was going to happen.
I mean, hey, George Russell was faster than Verstappen on that last lap. That's all I'm saying.
Max could literally just turn his engine to like the lowest possible mode and probably he's still going to win this race, obviously. Vettel has pitted. Vettel has pitted for Aston Martin, as we've got about 10 laps to go. Alonso has gone through. Gasly has as well. Gasly will be under threat from the other drivers behind on fresher tyres, but is having a good Grand Prix as Gasly goes up to P7. So Alonso is 6th. Gasly is 7th. Vettel is 8th. And then you got Ocon 9th. And then Albon in P10. Stroll is 11th. Norris 12th. And then Zhou is 13th. With Ricciardo, I think... no, not in 14th. It's actually Tsunoda in 14th as Max begins lap 35. And then it's Magnussen, Latifi, Schumacher at the very back. I'll update the tyres when I can, as Carlos Sainz, I think, has dropped off the pace again. Or, well, dropped off the pace he was doing for the last 2 laps. And, yeah, I think lost quite a bit more time that lap than he did previously. And yeah, I'll update the tyres now. So the top 5, those tyres are correct. Verstappen and Leclerc on the mediums. Then Perez, Sainz, Russell on the hards. Alonso is on the hard. Gasly on the medium. Vettel, I don't know what tyre he's on. He's on the medium. And so is Ocon and Albon. So expect Vettel to be very quick towards the end of this Grand Prix. And then as Sebastian Vettel, sorry, has a go on Pierre Gasly into turn 1. Does the switchback though and gets past. I don't think that'll be a great move though, because I think Gasly will just get in the slipstream and probably just overtake, as Ocon all over the back of Gasly as well. And Ocon can overtake Gasly here and have a go at Sebastian Vettel. Going to be 3 wide down the Camel Straight into Lake Coombe. And Gasly gets back past Vettel, and Vettel loses a position to Ocon as well. And Ocon is up to P7. Brilliant racing there from Ocon. And
fair play.
Yeah, great move.
I love that. I love how I slagged him off before the race. Oh, what a move by Vettel that was!
Yeah,
That's
that was
a great move by Vettel, and Gasly just absolutely launched it up the inside.
He did, as Ocon, up to 7th, and great driving from Ocon. Aren't you surprised there that Vettel, for someone of his experience, surely he would have known that Gasly would have had the DRS on him there?
I think Vettel's just racing for vibes at this point, to be honest.
Probably, yeah.
I unwholeheartedly apologise to Esteban Ocon. He obviously heard me absolutely roasting, really. in the just before the race. Yeah, well done, Ocon. You've had a very good race today.
He has, and Alpine have had a very good race, 6th and 7th now, even though I'm sure Sebastian Vettel will try on the fresher tyres compared to Ocon and come back with a vengeance. Right, so Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Magnussen, I think Schumacher as well are on the mediums, and then Latifi is now at the very back on the soft compound tyres. Hopefully, don't have to update the tyre situations anymore. So yeah, Schumacher up to 17th. Ricciardo still behind Tsunoda and not going any quicker. What's happened to Ricciardo? He's not within a second of Tsunoda. He's now 1.6 seconds behind. I don't understand why his pace has gone. Here we go. Here's some great racing between Albon, Stroll, Norris, and Zhou. Albon and Norris are on the mediums. Stroll's on the hard, and Zhou is on the soft. As we're now on lap 37. Russell Nib, only 2 seconds behind. Will he get the move done?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah, although Mercedes have been awfully slow in that first sector on the timings, but I still think he'll probably get past him, yeah.
Yeah, it's gaining too much time. And plus, even though, yeah, there is still dirty air with these cars, because of the amount of time he's gaining in the middle sector, he'll be able to follow quite closely and probably have a go into the bus stop a couple times if he's able to, as Russell only 2 seconds behind Carlos Sainz. Verstappen out front leading by 15 seconds already. And I think 25 seconds almost clear. Or pretty much 25 seconds clear of Carlos Sainz, even though obviously Sainz started on pole, Verstappen started in 14th. And yeah, big fight going on here for the last points paying position. This is helping Pierre Gasly, I will say, quite a bit, who is, I think, a couple seconds up the road. And because of the lack of pace of the Williams, it's helping him keep in the top 10 as Verstappen begins lap 38 of this Grand Prix. And no overtaking right now. Zhou, though, is all over the back of Norris, but I don't think he is going to go for a move just yet. And Max Verstappen currently scoring 26 points for this Grand Prix. Charles Leclerc currently scoring 10. Leclerc probably, I'd guess they might try and pit him again to go for the fastest lap point. But as it stands, Verstappen will pull the gap out to 96 points between him and Leclerc. And I think he can mathematically win the title at Monza, but he would need an absolutely mega amount of points. But I think if he is 130 points clear of Leclerc at the checkered flag in Singapore, then he will be world champion. So he needs to outscore Leclerc by a further 34 points in Holland, Italy, and Singapore to win the championship.
Earlier than Vettel has won any of his world titles.
Yeah, well, I think Vettel in 2011 he won it at Suzuka. I think he was close to winning it at Singapore, but yeah, he won it at Suzuka in was it early October. He's going to win it in Singapore or Suzuka, probably Suzuka most likely. As
it's insane.
Yeah, considering this season. But again, Ferrari have had the majority of pole positions. As avoid the bump at turn 17, Ferrari just told Carlos Sainz. Turn 17 is Blanchimont, I think it is.
Not entirely sure.
I think it is, yeah.
I'll have a cheeky quick look, but yeah, I mean, it's not like Red Bull have had. Verstappen's had Red Bull Vettel's 2011 car this year. Like, what? I mean, we've sent that screenshot to each other 1,000 times where Vettel was ahead by like 81 points after the German Grand Prix that season, or
Yeah.
whatever it was.
Yeah, that's about 10 or I think 11 races in.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yes, it is at Watchalong, by the way.
Yeah, well, that tells me they're struggling with the porpoising, and they have not just performance issues, but possibly because the middle sector, there's some bumps in there as well, but possibly a concern about the reliability of the underneath of that car. Maybe that points, Nib, to Ferrari benefiting more from a flexi floor than Red Bull. What do you think about that? Do you think this has affected Ferrari more than Red Bull, or do you think it's not really affected either team?
I mean, we'll have to see. It's just one race, but we'll see in the coming races if it's affected things more. Because if Red Bull are consistently this quick at every track now, then yeah, for sure. But we'll see.
That'd be hilarious, by the way.
Yeah.
If it's given Red Bull that advantage when everyone thought it would make both teams slower.
I mean, it's typical though. Like it's typical for the top team though. Like, remember when they banned the engine mode changing, the oil changing as well.
Yeah.
Like, it hasn't really affected those teams too much when those changes have come in. So the only thing was technical directive against Ferrari's illegal engine. Yeah, that was the only thing that that was changed.
Seems to be only Ferrari suffering from those things, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So we're on lap 40 now. I think we've got about 5 or 4.5 complete laps to go. There's no changes in the order at the moment. As to be honest, Russell has now dropped 2.5 behind Sainz. Carlos's pace has improved compared to what he was like on the medium and the soft, but it's still pretty bad. But yeah, I think Carlos is going to hold on here. Not that he'll care, because the pace difference in this race between Red Bull and Ferrari has been alarmingly bad. And if that's the case, that Ferrari are now at least half a second slower in, say, qualifying and way slower in the races now, then yeah, Red Bull are probably going to win every Grand Prix until the end of the season. And the last time Red Bull did not win a race, obviously, was in Austria. Might be the last time for a while, to be honest, given the pace we've seen here. I mean, I thought Red Bull would be the favourites here, but I didn't think he would be quite this dominant. As Max Verstappen coming through Blanchimont now. And obviously, all the 2022 cars porpoise, such as the Red Bull. But, Red Bull just doesn't porpoise as much as others. Verstappen begins lap 41, and the two Red Bulls are just coasting. They could go a lot quicker, we know. That's Verstappen on lap 41 now. We should get a very good indication as to how maybe this technical directive has affected Ferrari. If it has, we'll get a better indication next weekend at Zandvoort, where the floor is a lot more important in terms of its giving the car good grip. So we'll see, because next weekend I honestly expected Ferrari to be pretty competitive around a track like that. If Red Bull are much quicker again, then I think we'd have to say that, yeah, Ferrari have been hurt by the technical directive. And it would also make for 2 designs that have taken place under Bonotto that have turned out to be illegal, if that is the case. As the Verstappen fans go crazy. And Max continues on. And this will be Max's 9th win of the season out of 14 races. I think with Vettel in 2011, I think by race 14 that season, he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 8 wins. So it's actually better than Sebastian Vettel that year. Even though their car has been, compared to the rivals, nowhere near as quick. As Verstappen begins another lap. As well, guys, let me know in the chat, as obviously we'll get into the reaction very, very soon once the race is over in about 2.5 laps' time. Let me know, guys, in the chat, what do you rate the race out of 10 for, and who is your driver of the day here at Spa? For me, it is clearly Max Verstappen. I'm sure Nib will agree.
Yeah. Vettel is also like a decent shout. He's been very good this race.
Yeah. Ocon probably in there as well. Albon, if he keeps up this and gets a point. Gasly as well. Remember, Gasly started from the pit lane.
Yeah, true.
And he's 9th. And he's 8.5 seconds clear of Albon, so he's going to do it.
1, 2, 3.
That's
4,
a great
5, 6, 7.
About 10 places that he gained, or 11. Something like that. As Russell, couple seconds behind Sainz, but I think it is too little too late if Russell is going to put a charge on now to pass Carlos Sainz. Mercedes, if they were a bit quicker this weekend and weren't as slow as they have been, especially in a straight line, I think Russell would have been on the podium today. But not the case. Here at Spa, Verstappen, by the way, if you're wondering, is about 50, or maybe just under 50 seconds clear of Charles Leclerc, which is about, it's what? Probably half a lap, something like that, as is Yuki Tsunoda passing Zhou Guanyu. And the 2 drivers from Asia swapping positions, and Tsunoda up to 13th.
I mean, obviously, we've got more races in a season now than what we did in it was 2004 and 2013. But I mean, Max only has to win 4 more races after, of course, he crosses the checkered. After he wins this race, jeez, I can't get my words out. He's going to be 4 wins away from equaling Schumacher's and Vettel's record of the most wins in a season.
I mean, did Vettel have 13 in 2013?
I think it was 13, wasn't it?
I think maybe, yeah. But that season there was 19 races. This year there's 22. So as Leclerc pits, probably for a fastest lap point. So even though there are more races, I don't think it would be unfair to
13
to compare. Yeah, I don't think it'd be unfair to compare the 2 seasons, to be honest. As we are on the penultimate lap now. As if he loses this position, I will laugh so hard. Do not give away any more fucking points than you should, you absolute numpties. Oh dear. And Alonso, he has. So Leclerc's pitted for a fastest lap point, and Alonso has overtaken him. There you go. I mean, Leclerc should overtake him pretty quickly, but what the fuck are you doing? Zhou has passed Tsunoda again. Zhou is back up to 13th. I know I've accidentally put the wrong tyre for him, but to be honest, the race is about to end, so doesn't really matter. As Leclerc, as we're on the final lap now, lap 44 out of 44, and we've got about 3/4 of a lap to go. Leclerc should finish 5th. Don't worry, Ferrari fans. He should finish 5th. So quickly, Ned, before we get to the checkered flag, how great of a drive for Verstappen is this? Is this his absolute greatest?
No. I mean, he's been exceptional, but no, I don't think it is. I mean, like, there's certainly better drives from him last year. No, I don't think that this is his best drive. I mean, I know you said that it would be pre-race, but I mean, he hasn't really had to fight that hard, really.
No, he hasn't. It's been... I mean, Max has been great this weekend, there's no doubt about that, but Red Bull have been in a league of their own. So Charles Leclerc, by the way, is he's going to pass Alonso on the Kemmel Straight, I think, in a moment. It's Max Verstappen now enters the final sector of his lap. And yeah, perhaps not the absolute greatest drive because of the advantage Red Bull have had in race pace, but Max Verstappen proving today and Red Bull proving today why they've been so great in the races this season, proving why they are going to be world champions in 2022, especially Max Verstappen, who comes to the line now to win his second Belgian Grand Prix, his 9th race in 2022, and yes, he will be world champion in probably 3 or 4 races from now. Max Verstappen is your winner. Sergio Perez exits the final corner to complete a Red Bull 1-2, the first 1-2 Red Bull have had since the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, pretty much 3 months ago. Carlos Sainz will come home to finish in 3rd. And Russell finishes 4th. Russell, good drive, but Mercedes need to improve their car because they could have got a podium today. And then it will surely be Leclerc in 5th. And then Alonso 6th. Ocon 7th. Vettel 8th. Gasly 9th. Albon 10th. And then the rest of your order. Stroll, Norris, Tsunoda finished actually, or will finish in 13th, I think. Peugeot in 14th. Ricciardo 15th, and then Magnussen, Schumacher, and Latifi completing the field. And your only 2 retirements on the first couple laps, Valtteri Bottas and Lewis Hamilton. So there you go, guys. That is the Belgian Grand Prix. And I'll just quickly do this text saying the race is over. And again, guys, let me know in the chat who do you think driver of the day is and rate the race for me out of 10. And also, make sure to stick around for the next hour because I am going to be reacting to what's happened in that Grand Prix. Nib, so yeah, driver of the day you said was Verstappen.
Yeah.
What would you rate the race out of 10 for? Like a 5 or a 6?
Yes, yeah, I'd go a 6. I mean, I think we're kind of forgetting about how mental, like the first little bit of that race was. I think if we were rating it like a 5, maybe. Yeah. I mean, the DRS is just too powerful here. Like, they need to adjust the DRS zones a little bit more, like they did when they first introduced the DRS zones. Because, I mean, overtaking sometimes is just a little bit too easy. I mean, obviously, when you're in a DRS train, it's much more difficult. But we've seen some too many times this season overtaking has been a bit too easy in the straights, for sure.
Yeah, either the Kemmel Straight DRS zone, either they need to shorten it by like a quarter, or they need to get rid of the DRS zone on the pit straight, so there's no 2-3 tenths per second gain there. They need to try and do that.
Leclerc didn't get fastest lap, by the way.
He didn't get fastest lap.
He didn't get fastest lap.
Yeah, he had to overtake Alonso, so he probably lost a lot of time in the first 20 seconds of that lap before he actually overtook him. Sums it up. But are you going to stay and react, or are you going to head off? I know it's like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. in Australia.
I mean, come on, you know me well enough. The time isn't a big issue, but I mean, it's more that we've just got other sport to watch now.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, I will head off.
Yeah. Cheers for coming on, though. A shame the race wasn't as great as we thought it would be. It was just too easy in the end for Verstappen. And hopefully, and yeah, cheers for coming on, mate. Great to be, talking to you again and have you on. And then, yeah, hopefully we'll have you on next weekend at Zandvoort, which might be a good race. So we'll have to see. Last year wasn't great, I have to be honest. But yeah, hopefully we'll see you maybe next weekend.
No. Charles Leclerc has been noted for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh my god. I was wondering what you were laughing about. 5-second penalty. There you go. He's got a 5-second penalty, so he drops to 6th or 7th or something like that.
Oh my god.
Sums it up. Just absolutely sums it up. So Leclerc, yeah, I think finishes either 6th or 7th. I'll have to confirm.
It is 6th. He's in 6th.
Right, 6th. Fucking hell, Ferrari. Jesus Christ.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I don't even know what to say to that. It's like they almost didn't even finish 5th, and then they don't finish 5th because it's better in the pit lane. Just, yeah, nothing more to say. Yeah, hopefully you join us next weekend for the Grand Prix.
Yeah, well, unless I drop dead, I'll be on.
Yeah. With the new cars being able to follow a lot better, it should be a lot better than last year. Last year's race was wasn't too bad in the midfield, but it wasn't great, to be honest. So yeah, cheers for coming on, mate. And we'll see you hopefully in Zandvoort.
Yeah, and thanks to everyone in the chat. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, and ta-da.
See you later, mate. And right, so I'm gonna quickly close Discord and take my headphones off, and then we'll get into it, guys. So again, in the chat, post your driver of the day, rating out of 10 for the race. I want to hear from you guys when it comes to that, and also just let me know what you thought of the respective teams. You know, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, Alpine, all those teams. Let me know what you thought of all those teams in the chat, and I'll get to your comments over the course of the next hour or so. But yeah, let me just quickly there you go, unplug my mic. That was hilarious at the end with Leclerc's penalty. I was wondering, like, why is Nib laughing so hard? And then suddenly it was like, Leclerc's got spinning in the pit lane, and I was like, oh my god, like, that is yeah. Warhawk says thanks for the commentary, no problem. Let me just look on Twitter quickly, see if there's any news. Leclerc's, by the way, the Max Verstappen's fastest lap compared to Leclerc's fastest lap, which was the final lap he did on those soft tyres. Max, his fastest lap, which I think was on the hards, I think it was on the mediums, was 0.6 quicker. So yeah, Red Bull reigning truly supreme. But yeah, make sure to stay, guys. Stay around, because I'm gonna keep what do you call it? What was I gonna say? I'm gonna stay around for the next hour, obviously, to do a reaction with you guys to the race. One thing I forgot to do, which is annoying, is I forgot to post the link out again before the race. I just remember, because I'm about to do it now for the reaction, which is really fucking annoying. But we still have got some decent viewers today. And by the way, thank you guys all for coming on today. If you have to leave for whatever reason, thank you guys. Yeah. Let me just tweet the link out and post the link out, guys, to the stream again, and then we'll get into it. Join us here for instant reaction to the 2022 Belgian GP. And I'll just quickly post the link back out on Twitter. Come and join us here for instant reaction to the Belgian Grand Prix. Just quickly do the hashtags. So, yeah, keep your comments coming. I need to find a way of making sure to remember that before the race starts, you know, post the link out again. I mean, it is easy to forget because there's a lot going on, but yeah, sometimes, most of the time I do remember, but yeah, it is annoying. But there you go. Link posted out now. You can't make up the errors that Ferrari make. You genuinely cannot make it up. Leclerc penalty at the end. And yeah, keep your comments coming in chat. I want to hear what you guys have to say throughout the stream. But anyway, let's get into this race reaction. And we are going to start, obviously, with the team that won today. Hold on, not quite yet. And let's go on to them. Red Bull Racing. What a absolutely brilliant race that was for Red Bull. Let's start with the drivers first before we get into the team and, you know, drown them in superlatives. Max Verstappen was definitely the driver of the day today. Started 14th, was up to 5th, I think it was, or 4th by lap 8. Was it? Lap 8, lap 7, something like that. Yeah, it was lap 7 or lap 8. He was already up to 4th place in the, or I think 3rd place even, in the Grand Prix. Flew through the field like there was no tomorrow. And then, once Carlos Sainz made his pit stop, he passed Perez quite easily, even though he was on tyres that were, well, quite a bit more worn than Perez's. Just proving how impressive his pace was today. And then, after that, nobody stood a chance. Obviously, once he pitted, Carlos Sainz came back out in the lead. And then Verstappen, like 2 laps later, if that, passed Carlos Sainz to regain the lead. And then won the race by, I think, a pit stop over Sergio Perez. And ended up, compared to Carlos Sainz, who started on pole, remember, and Verstappen started in 14th, Max ended up finishing ahead of Sainz by, I think, 28 seconds, which is almost 2 full pit stops worth of time. Just incredible. If Max had started on pole today, Max would have won the race by, well, compared to Perez, probably would have won the race by about 22, 23 seconds. But compared to Sainz, would have ended up being about 35, 40 seconds clear in the end. So, yeah, incredible pace from Verstappen. Obviously, most of it is down to Red Bull because Sergio Perez was also very quick today in the second Red Bull because of the Red Bull's incredible race pace we've seen today. And incredible pace really all weekend. And yeah, congratulations to Max Verstappen. Maybe not, again, the greatest driver of his career because, the car was so quick today. And even if he started at the very back, I think he would have won the race today. If he started from the pit lane, he would have won the race today. No matter where he would have started, if there were 30 places, grid positions, and he started 30th, he would have won the race today. He would have won the race no matter what. So, yeah. There's absolutely nothing anybody else could have done. And because of that type of pace advantage that Red Bull had over everybody, I don't think it's quite the best drive of his career, but it's definitely right up there as one of the best, no doubt about it. Definitely be a very memorable one for him and the Red Bull team. And for Sergio Perez, not a great start to the race, to be honest. His getaway on the grid was very, very poor. He lost position to Alonso and the 2 Mercedes. He did gain that back by repassing Russell into Leclerc on the first lap, Then obviously Hamilton and Alonso had their contact, and he was then back up to second, and then started to gain on Carlos Sainz once Sainz's tyres were going off. Obviously Perez was on the mediums and Carlos was on the soft compound tyre. Then suddenly just stopped gaining time, and then Verstappen obviously passed him pretty quickly after Carlos Sainz pitted. And then once Perez made his stop, and Verstappen then passed Carlos, then Perez did, and then it was never in doubt, was it, that that Sergio Perez was going to finish in second place. So yeah, great weekend for Red Bull. Obviously, they were the quickest team in qualifying, and in the race, yeah, just disgustingly quick. Nobody stood a chance. If Max Verstappen wasn't in the race today and it was just Perez, Perez would have won the race today by 1,000,000 miles. So yeah, Red Bull just on another planet, really, compared to everybody else. Congratulations for them having such a dramatically quick car. Maybe this technical directive has actually benefited Red Bull more so than hurt them, and hurt Ferrari quite a bit. We'll have to see more so in future races. Next weekend will be a good indicator to see whether this technical directive really has hurt the Ferrari team. But yeah, Red Bull, like I said right before Verstappen won the race, this race, clear evidence as to why Red Bull thoroughly deserve to win the championship this season. Their race pace and race performances are absolute top draw. And they've got now, out of 14 races we've had so far this season, Red Bull have won 10 of them. Just too good. Way, way too good. And that's what, 75% of races so far this season have been won by Red Bull. They are the best team, clearly, in Formula One. And to be honest, they could very well win the final 8 races of the season. Obviously, this is the first part of a triple header, this Grand Prix. I think Max will win next weekend because it's his home Grand Prix. And then at Monza, because of the straight line speed Red Bull have, I don't see how they get beaten there. Perez will probably take a penalty at Monza, but Verstappen, obviously, he doesn't have to have a grid penalty anymore. But yeah, Red Bull, way too good, and they will win the championship very soon. Probably in about 5 or 6 weeks from now, Red Bull will be officially world champions, whether it be on the driver's side or on the constructor's side. But yeah, let me know in the chat, guys, what do you think of Red Bull today, and just give me your thoughts as to just how great they were in the Grand Prix today. Now, let's move on to the Ferrari team. And by the way, I am going to go through all the teams first, and then I'll get to you guys in the chat. So don't worry, I will get to you guys soon enough. And yeah, sorry, I've just seen a very good goal in the football, which I've switched to because obviously the F1 race is now over. Yeah, Ferrari next. What a terrible race. Carlos Sainz, will start with him. So did well for the first stint, despite his tyre degradation. I thought he still did well, maintained a decent lead over Perez. Didn't allow Perez to get within DRS, I think, except maybe for 1 lap, Perez was in DRS of Sainz. And then after that first pit stop, once obviously Red Bull pitted both cars, it was game over. Both Red Bulls passed him so easily. And then Sainz was not just slower than Verstappen and Perez. He was at best, a lot of the time, a 1.5 seconds slower per lap. How is that possible? How did Ferrari go from a few races ago being maybe slower at times than Red Bull in the race, but on similar pace, to now suddenly at Spa they're 1.5 seconds off the pace? It just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. It really does not. And Nib just sent me a DM saying Perez second in the championship. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Perez now up to second. Perez will finish second in the championship. Leclerc hasn't got a chance of that. Not because Leclerc's not good enough, but because Ferrari are literally hopeless. Yeah. I cannot explain at the minute. Maybe, I'll have to look more into it when we get into the data tomorrow. And, I'll have to get into, just what the issues were. Obviously, Ferrari were telling Carlos Sainz avoid the bump through Blanchimont, so maybe they were just porpoising too much and they had maybe some damage to the underbody of the car due to excessive bumping there. But until I really find out what the issue was, there must be some kind of issue. You cannot have no issues with the car but be that much slower than a team that you're supposed to be fighting with. So, what do you call it? So, yeah, I think I don't even know what to say. I'm just absolutely bedazzled. I am as to how Ferrari was so slow. Sainz compared to Verstappen was at times 2 to 2.5 seconds off the pace. When Verstappen set his fastest lap of the race at 1:49.3, Sainz did a 59.1 at the time, and Verstappen was only on like 3-4 lap fresher tyres. That shouldn't be possible. So I have no idea how, at the minute, I have no idea how that has happened. I'm going to quickly look on Twitter, though, to see if there is anything suggesting a problem with the Ferrari car. Let me have a look on Twitter. And can't see anything. Yeah, can't see anything. Apparently Leclerc had a lack of pace today because there was a tear-off stuck in one of the front brake ducts. That's why Leclerc was lacking some pace today in the, I think, the first stint of the race, first 20 laps or so. So just to let you guys know about that. Just having a look. Yeah, can't see any news as to, Ferrari having car problems. But as Nib was saying during the race, Ferrari were 1 second a lap slower in just the middle sector alone, which is about 45. About 45 to 47 seconds long. Just that amount of time in the middle sector. 1 second per lap difference. That's like comparing... Normally, that'd be like comparing a midfield team like Alpine to Red Bull or Ferrari. But we're comparing Red Bull and Ferrari, who have been, this season, pretty much on equal terms. So, yeah. I don't quite understand how, at the minute, I don't quite understand how that's happened. But at least Sainz finished third and held off Russell. But, from Ferrari's point of view, who cares? The pace today was shocking. And then for Leclerc, the front tear-off, the tear-off getting stuck in his front brake, I think it might have been, or his front, I think, was it front brake? One of the front brakes, I think, possibly. Obviously, that's not great. Cost him quite a bit of pace. But to be honest, I don't think he would have finished any higher than 5th. Obviously, ended up in P6. We'll get to exactly why he finished in P5. But he wouldn't have finished any higher than 5th. Ferrari were simply too slow today. So, yeah. By the way, we're going to get onto Mercedes in a moment, but Hamilton admitted full fault for his crash with Alonso. So, if you're a Hamilton fan, I won't get too defensive if you're wanting to. But yeah, so Leclerc was running in 5th, then they pitted him at the very end of the race for a set of soft compound tyres. And then he came up behind Alonso, eventually passed him, finished what we thought was 5th place, and then he was given a 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane on that time he came into the pits for his fresh tyres for fastest lap attempt. So, yeah, that's why Charles Leclerc ended up in 6th, Fernando Alonso in 5th. Absolute shit show at Ferrari. And, well, we've seen it all this season. There's nothing more I can say on Ferrari. I think I've said all I could say on Ferrari, and what they should have done differently and all of that. And I mean, with Sainz with his fastest lap attempt didn't even go quicker than Verstappen's fastest lap. So, yeah, disaster for Ferrari, and their win in Austria, which was about a month and a half ago. That might be the last time they win a race for a while. Not just for the rest of this season, but you never know with next season as well. If this new technical directive has affected them that much, then we just, you don't know how that could affect things going into next year. So, disaster for Ferrari, but who, honestly, who is surprised, really, at, what had happened there. But now we'll go on to Mercedes. So we'll quickly get into the Lewis Hamilton. And that's a good comment to put, actually, by Rooks. But as Chaz's position on Ferrari management is a matter of public record. Yeah. I think you guys all know what I think of Ferrari's management by now. And by the way, talking of Ferrari, when Leclerc was told to pit for his fastest lap, Leclerc came back onto team radio and said he did not want to take the risk, but they pitted him anyway. And then he sped in the pit lane, and then the rest is history. But yeah, Mercedes, we'll go on to them. So yeah, Lewis Hamilton. It's a shame because he had such a great start to the race. I think Hamilton probably would have actually finished on the podium today because, seeing the lack of pace that Carlos Sainz had and that Russell was close in the end to getting a podium, I think Hamilton would have actually got 3rd in this race today. But didn't because of his own fault. A rare driving mistake from Lewis Hamilton. Tried to go round the outside to get into 2nd, going around the outside of Fernando Alonso into Leclerc. And just turned in on Alonso, squeezed him to the inside curb, and then hopped right up in the air, and that clearly damaged the rear of the car and the suspension. And then he was out of the race, and he got exactly Hamilton what he deserved, which was a retirement from the race, because you cannot, as we know, just turn in to the driver alongside you like that, like he did. And yeah, that's why he was out the Grand Prix and cost himself a podium and cost the team what would have been probably them outscoring Ferrari in the race today. And when, of course, they're only 30 or were only 30 points behind were Mercedes. But for George Russell, Russell did the best he could. Mercedes haven't been as quick this weekend as they were expecting. Disappointing that maybe he couldn't have closed the gap any more than 2 seconds towards the end of that race. But yeah, Mercedes just not quick enough this race and a bit too slow compared to what we've seen in the last 4 or 5 races or so. So yeah, disappointing there for Russell, who ends up in 4th. A good drive. Nothing, he's done. The Mercedes car just not quick enough this weekend, especially in a straight line. Just way too slow compared to the Red Bull team and Ferrari team. But yeah, Mercedes, we've already laid out the struggles they've had this season, which is all, of course, of their own doing. And that's why they are in the position they are in. 3rd in the Constructors' Championship and so far behind the Red Bull Racing team. And they should, like I said, have got a lot more today out of this Grand Prix. We'll now go into the midfield. McLaren next up. And McLaren, very disappointing result. they just lacked the race pace needed to finish in the points. Lando Norris, yeah, I don't think he drove poorly today. I just don't think the McLaren car was quick enough, especially to clear cars when they were in a bit of a DRS train. Again, the McLaren quicker in a straight line, but still not quick enough compared to, the other teams out there, such as Alpine, Williams, and AlphaTauri probably as well. But yeah, just not good enough when it comes to that, and that's a big reason why Norris was unable to make his way through the field, because again, just got stuck in DRS trains, I think, a bit too much today. And at the end of the race, that's exactly where, or what position he was in, stuck in a train behind Alex Albon, who, of course, Albon finished in the points. Daniel Ricciardo finished in 15th. Now, he pitted quite late on. He was in 9th, I think it was, 8th or 9th, when he pitted for the final time, and then just went nowhere. I'm curious to see why that is. Let me just quickly look, actually, to see whether Ricciardo had a problem, because he put on the hard compound tyre and just didn't go anywhere. No, McLaren haven't said anything as of yet. Yeah, just put on the hard compound tyre on lap, I think, 33, and went absolutely nowhere after that. So, nil point it is for this Grand Prix. And the reason I say it like that, nil point, is because obviously the main rivals are French, the Alpine team, and they have had a great day today. Let's get on to them. 5th and 7th for Alpine, 16 points. That is a massive points haul for them. And obviously, McLaren have scored nothing. So now, Alpine are 20 points clear of McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. I mean, I coming into the summer break and into the second half of the season, really, I thought Alpine would finish ahead of McLaren in the Championship, because I think Alpine have just got a general faster car than McLaren do, especially in the races as of late, which is surprising, because I thought McLaren, honestly, would have a better car today and just this season. But, yeah, Alpine, just too quick. Clearly the quickest midfield team. If Esteban Ocon had, not started at the back, Ocon probably would have finished in 5th for this Grand Prix. So they would have had even a couple extra points here at Spa. But, yeah, great job by the Alpine team. There was nothing really of note in the race that happened for them. Obviously, they made overtakes through the race. Ocon made plenty. I will give Ocon a shout out, though. Very good drive and a great double overtake on Vettel and Gasly, especially on Gasly around the outside into Leclerc, turn 5. So great job there by Ocon. And yeah, 20 points clear for Alpine, and they should now finish 4th in the championship. I'd be very surprised if McLaren made a massive comeback unless Alpine are having some really bad races and McLaren, somehow start scoring massive points, which I don't see that happening unless we get some mental Grand Prix between now and the end of the season. But yeah, great job there. The Alpine team. Alfa Romeo, not much to say, just not quick enough. Zhou Guan Yu had a decent race, but yeah, Alfa Romeo car not quick enough really to get into the points. Valtteri Bottas, a shame he was took out by Nicholas Latifi because he made a decent start to the race, but yeah, poor mistake that was by Latifi. And yeah, another race without points, but the team behind them in the championship, Haas, have not scored either, and Haas obviously had an absolutely terrible race as well. So yeah, as long as they finish 6th in the championship like they are at the minute, I don't think they'll care, really, if they don't score another point for the rest of the season. And Haas, yeah, were absolute shit, so there's no point talking about them. AlphaTauri, let's get into them. So, yeah, Pierre Gasly, let's shout him out. 11 places, I think, he gained in this race today. Started from the pit lane, finished in 9th. Proof that Pierre Gasly is still driving in a good level. But the car this season, I think we have to admit, is, the car is a lot slower than it was last year and the year before, which is why Gasly hasn't had as good of a season as he has previously. So, yeah, great drive from Gasly. I'm very surprised that he finished in the points because he pitted quite early for his final pit stop, yet still finished in P9 when all the drivers behind him, I'm pretty sure, pitted after him, so they would have had fresher tyres. But yeah, they just couldn't gain the time on him. Obviously, Albon holding up Stroll, Norris, and Zhou and Tsunoda helped a lot in keeping Gasly in the top 10. But yeah, great Grand Prix for Gasly. Not too bad of a race for Yuki Tsunoda, who actually finished in 13th. Let me just correct that on the running order. So yeah, Tsunoda finished in P13. And yeah, pretty good race for AlphaTauri. Race pace was pretty good. And maybe, their car maybe their car might be decently quick over the next couple Grand Prix. Maybe not so much at Zandvoort, but I think definitely at Monza you'll see another decent performance from the AlphaTauri team. So good to see, as that's their first points finish, AlphaTauri, since the Azerbaijan Grand Prix almost 3 months ago. So great job for AlphaTauri. And now we'll go on to Aston Martin, who, even though AlphaTauri had a great Grand Prix, the team behind them in the championship have caught them, which is Aston Martin. Great drive by Sebastian Vettel in his last ever Grand Prix at Spa, where of course he's won here 3 times previously. What a drive today. Was up when the safety car came back in on lap, I think 5, was in 5th place, and probably could have finished in 5th today if the strategy had gone maybe in a different direction and a better direction to where it went, in the race itself. So a shame we couldn't go or gain any more positions in the race today, but still, 8th place, great result. 4 points for Aston Martin, and they have gained a couple points on AlphaTauri. They're still not, up a position to 8th. They're still in 9th place, but they're making progress. That's 3 points finishes in a row. And actually, out of the last, I think they finish in the points now. Hold on. I think they finish in the points, Aston Martin, at every Grand Prix since the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, except for the Spanish Grand Prix and the Austrian Grand Prix. Shows you how great they are on race day, and obviously benefited a lot from a great track position. 9th and 10th they were, or 8th and 9th actually on the grid, because Gasly had to start from the pit lane. So it shows if they can sort their qualifying troubles out, Aston Martin could be a very competitive team. And we'll move on to Williams. Massive shout out to Alex Albon. Obviously had a great qualifying, a great race, obviously benefiting a lot from the amazing straight line speed of the Williams, and finished in P10. Superb job by Albon, as we all call him. His 3rd points finish of the year in what has been quite comfortably the worst team on the grid this season. So great job by Albon. Obviously Latifi finishing last. No surprise there. But yeah, Alex Albon, great job by him. And did a great job at defending his position towards the end there. Because even though, yes, he had great straight line speed, and that definitely did help in keeping the cars behind at bay, being able to deal with that pressure of delivering a points finish for Williams is still a great effort by Albon. So great job by him, and good to see him doing so well. I'll go back to these pictures, and guys, let me know in the live chat, what do you think of all the teams in the race today? I'm probably going to stay on stream for quite a bit still. I mean, it's only 10 past 4 p.m. I mean, I know I've been live for just over 4 hours now, but I am still going to be live for quite a bit. Probably another, 30, 45 minutes probably, at least. So keep those comments in the chat coming, guys, and I will get to them. Rooksfoot says, if Max started from the Belgian border, he still would have won. Probably. Quite probably. Belgian border, I don't think it's that far away, actually, from the track. Let's have a look at your comments. Great to see so many of you here still. And obviously, we had quite a lot of people here earlier. I think the highest we had was about 950 or something like that, which is obviously the most we've had on stream for a while. Still, if I had tweeted the link out and posted it out again before the race started, probably would have been even more. So, could have been more if I paid attention more. But still, good numbers, especially considering a couple YouTubers have started, I think, their own watch-along show. Don't know how they've done in terms of numbers, but yeah. For me, considering I've got, 11.7k subs, to get as many viewers as I have today, and obviously this stream will end up having a lot of viewers, to have that, I think, is a very good job done by me, or us, whatever we want to call it. Anyway, let's have a look at what you guys have to say in the chat. Lab Gorilla says, how many points does Max need to be champion? Surely he must be over in 3 races or so. So he is, because obviously Leclerc dropped down, he gained 18 points today on Leclerc. So the gap is now 98 points. So I don't think he can win the title at Monza, because I think Leclerc would have had to retired from this race next weekend and the race after at Monza, and Verstappen would have had to have won all of those races for Max to win the championship at Monza. But Max can win the title at Singapore. That's the earliest race he can do it. He needs to outscore Leclerc by 32 more points, I think. And if he does, then he will be world champion. So 32 points is all he needs to finish ahead, or to win the world championship. So essentially, he needs to, if Max wins next weekend in Holland, the weekend after in Italy, and in Singapore, and gets the fastest lap in 2 of those 3 races, and Leclerc finishes 3rd in all of those 3 races and doesn't get a fastest lap point, then Max will be world champion. And that could happen, given how things are going for Ferrari. Yeah, one thing I will do is quickly change around the tyre thing there. Someone did actually say that Alonso wasn't on the soft. Well, I had to change position, that's why I had Leclerc on the soft. Alonso was on the medium. And then, yeah, Leclerc on the soft. Let's have a look in chat, see what you guys are saying. Paul James Squibb says, Max shot through the field so fast it was too quick to be entertaining. He needed to at least make it look like he might not make it to keep the fans on the edge of their seats for a bit. Yeah. It was a bit too quick for sure, the way he just flew through the field. McLaren seems to be stuck. Did they beat Alpine/Renault last year? I'm guessing you're new to Formula 1. Yeah, they did. They finished ahead of the Alpine/Renault team every year since 2019, so yeah. Let's have a looking at see what you guys are saying. Lots of people talking about Alonso, which is interesting. How does Ferrari not sack their strategist and have a change of personnel? Asks Astro Stevo, because in their mind they are doing a good job, but obviously they're not. I feel Ferrari is way too prideful to make a change in personnel. Yeah, I mean, I think we've already talked about it before on this channel, that they are very Italian-based in their hiring practices, basically. So, yeah. Rooksfoot says, Russell did well to, he closed to 1.1 seconds on Sainz, but then must have made a small mistake, because he did a dud lap 1.2 slower than what he had been. Yeah, he must have locked up or something into a, I don't know, medium speed corner or something. Let's have a look for some more comments. Dustin Salinas, is it? Sorry if I mispronounced that. Says yours is the best commentation. Interesting way of putting it. The others are almost all just color commentary. We need to get you a live data feed. I have looked at it, but I don't know how to get it. I know other people have the data thing, but I don't know how to do it. So yeah, if anyone out there knows how to do it, then you can always send me an email at chazzahdf1@gmail.com if you know how to install or get a data feed up on screen from from what's going on in the session, because that would be great for the the viewership and for the channel for sure. I mean, I'm not really missing that much with the watch-alongs, except maybe for that, and maybe I could just make things, or the graphics and everything just a bit better, but I'm not missing that much really compared to maybe the absolute best out there. Dustin says, I can help. We can make you a custom data feed /site. We'll email. Yeah, just let me know on email like how you would do it or whatever, and yeah, I'll have a look at it and probably respond. Drunken Donut says, Chaz, you have a very good show. You're my go-to for listening to F1. Simple. Cheers for that. And Drunken Donut also says, I said it before, I do not understand why Ricciardo left Renault. I understand why he left Red Bull, but the McLaren move was a total balls up. I mean, I understand it because McLaren were better than Renault at the time. But I understand where you're coming from, because he had obviously #1 driver priority at Renault, and he was probably one of the top 3 best drivers that season. So yeah, I could understand where you're coming from, but I think the move to McLaren was fine. It was the only thing you could argue, I think, properly debate well is, again, giving up the comfortability, I guess you could call it, of what he was doing with Renault. But by the way, Charles Leclerc has just been asked in an interview if in Zandvoort Ferrari will be closer. Leclerc said, quote, I have no idea, but for now we don't know why we're so far back this weekend. I don't think there will be some miracles in us being back on pace for to the Red Bull next weekend. So he clearly thinks that Red Bull will be quicker next weekend. I mean, I would probably have to agree. Let me see if I can find some other comments in the chat. M90 Regal, I think it is, says, in some ways, if I was Alonso, I feel I would have stayed at Alpine even if they were only willing to give him a 1-year contract. Do that 1 year, then see what I can get for 2024. Yeah, if I was Alonso, I would have stayed at Alpine. I know, obviously, Alonso wanted a longer contract, but I just don't think Aston Martin are going to be this absolute, monolith, is that the right word, of a team? You know, I don't think they're going to grow into this absolute mega F1 team. And I think Aston Martin will be, at best, what Alpine are now, which is the best of the rest team from the midfield. I don't think they're going to be any better than that for the next few years. So, yeah. I wouldn't really say it's a move up the field or a good move. It's a hopeful move. The reason he's going to Aston Martin is not just because they're offering him a more than a year's contract, but also because he's hoping that Aston Martin, because they do have more potential to become a front-running team, say compared to Alpine and arguably McLaren as well, he's hoping basically that Aston Martin will get their act together and that he'll be there next year or the year after. But until then, who knows? Paul James Squibb says maybe McLaren offered Ricciardo a huge wage increase, which they probably regret now, so they need to give him 21 million to not drive next year. Well, if you don't know, Ricciardo's already been confirmed he's not racing for McLaren next year. They've already secured a payment. I think the rumor is it's actually 15 million. So they've already secured that. So yeah, Ricciardo already confirmed that he won't be at McLaren next year. Most likely it'll be Oscar Piastri in his place. And just looking at Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you. And can't see anything at the moment. No. The only thing I've seen is this clip of Alonso wagging his finger at Lewis Hamilton as Alonso passed Hamilton having broken down. So, yeah. That's the only thing I've seen. Rooksford, what teams are going to be suited best to the next track? Well, I thought Ferrari would be better suited to Zandvoort, but I don't think I'd agree with that now. So I think it'll be Red Bull probably quickest, Ferrari second. I think Mercedes will be 100% closer next weekend at Zandvoort because it's a shorter lap. Obviously, the gaps will be a lot smaller between the teams, and the corners at that track suit the Mercedes car better. And if it is as hot as it was at last year's Grand Prix, then that will help Mercedes a lot when it comes to those tyre temperature issues that they have. So Ferrari, I think, a big threat next weekend, if not even being on the podium. I could see Mercedes getting a podium next weekend. And then in the midfield, it's probably going to be McLaren and Alpine, the two quickest teams. Alpine, I would probably say, will end up scoring the most points, but I think Norris will probably end up ahead in qualifying because I think McLaren will be a bit quicker at Zandvoort than they were here, because I think their car will be better suited for that track than this one. And who else should we look out for at Zandvoort? I think that's it, really. I don't think it's going to be like a dramatic change in order. I think we could get a very exciting Grand Prix at Monza. Not just with Ferrari not being too quick at the home Grand Prix and Red Bull being massively quick, but also Williams with Alex Albon with the straight line speed we've seen so far this season and so far or at this Grand Prix. They could be quite strong contenders in that midfield. Alpine should be oh god. My throat sounds like it's had it. Alpine should be pretty competitive. McLaren probably won't be. AlphaTauri should be decently competitive. And you would expect Haas, but Haas, since their new upgrade came at Hungary, have been so bad, way worse than they were with their old car. So that's clearly not worked for them, and they need to probably test what the car's like without the upgrade. Let's look on Twitter, see if there's any news other than people laughing about Leclerc having a 5-second penalty, which is still pretty funny. And no, can't see anything at the moment, really. Just people reacting to the race. Ferrari, I see, are trending for obvious reasons. Prank says Shazza has the unbiased take. Give us the relevant info during the watch-along. Cheers from Texas. Cheers from Texas. No problem. Obviously, great to talk to you guys, update you guys about what is happening in the Grand Prix. Vinster says that upgrade, I forgot about it. It was so good. Drunken Donut says, I just can't believe that Alpine have a 3-time world champion in their juniors. Or 3-time champion, not world champion, 3-time champion, Oscar Piastri, he means. And have him sit out a year and a half, way into current year, have no guaranteed seat for him. Alonso pulled a Swiftly. Can't quite see the text there, but Alpine blew it. Vinster asks, what was Leclerc's penalty for? It was for speeding in the pit lane. 5-second penalty, and he did it on the penultimate lap. Paul James Squibb. So if Ricciardo gets 15 million from McLaren, gets a seat at Alpine, will he be one of the highest paid drivers on the grid? Probably, yeah. Because, McLaren are paying Ricciardo not to race for them next season, which is exactly what Ferrari did to Kimi Raikkonen back in 2010. Raikkonen was supposed to drive for Ferrari in 2010, but actually was, I think, rallying in 2010 and just, taking a break and having fun, basically. Had a sabbatical from F1 for a couple of years, didn't he, in 2010 and 2011. And was paid not to race for Ferrari in 2010. So Fernando Alonso could drive. Quite amazing with Raikkonen. And just shows how badly done to I think he was in his career. He was world champion in 2007, yet 3 years later, he didn't have a seat. And he, by the way, he was forced into a sabbatical. It wasn't like he decided to take a break from Formula One. There was no one who would have him. I think mostly it was due to Kimi demanding a wage that was just too expensive. Because I think the teams he was possibly going to for 2010, he was rumoured for a while, and I think it seemed at times pretty certain through 2009 that Kimi was going to go to McLaren, but then McLaren dropped a bombshell, announced Jenson Button would be joining them, who at the time was the world champion. Then I think Raikkonen was possibly heading to Toyota, then Toyota announced they were pulling out of F1, I think right after the final race. I think right before the final race. So that scuppered that, and then there was nobody else really that he could go to. Yeah, that's what happened back then. About, 13 years ago with Kimi Raikkonen. yeah, can't see anything on Twitter. In terms of news, Vinster says he chokes every time it matters most. In terms of Leclerc, he's saying trying to get fastest lap cost Leclerc positions. It'll be years before Ferrari tries that again. I mean, Ferrari should not have bothered, I don't think, because, I mean, so what? An extra point. An extra point for what? So, yeah. Cheers for that, by the way, Rook, posting those 2 videos. Make sure to go check those videos out, guys. That Rook's put in the chat. My head moderator has just posted. A video about why Charles Leclerc must leave Ferrari at the end of 2024, which I uploaded about 6 weeks ago, I think it was. And then a video from early 2021, reviewing Ferrari's 2020 season. So cheers for posting that, Rook. But yeah, make sure to go and check those out. But I think I am almost done. Let me just quickly, before I go on to anything else, get into the championship standings. So, guys, Max Verstappen is in the lead of the championship on 284 points, and he is almost 100 points clear of Perez, who is in second. Leclerc is now third. Carlos Sainz is fourth, with Russell in fifth, with Hamilton sixth. And then Norris is 7th, Ocon 8th, Alonso climbs up to 9th, with Bottas now down to 10th. Vettel has climbed up, I think, to P12, and I think, has Gasly gone up to 14th? No. Albon, I think, has climbed to position up to 18th for Williams. So that's the driver's side. And then in the Constructors' Championship, Red Bull lead by 118 points. Don't know when they can wrap the Constructors' title up, but it'll probably be around the same time that Max does wraps up the driver's title in about 6 weeks from now in Singapore or Japan. Mercedes are now 41 points behind Ferrari, who Ferrari is second, Mercedes third. Alpine, like I said, 20 points clear of McLaren. Alpine fourth, McLaren fifth. And then it's Alfa Romeo in 6th, Haas 7th, AlphaTauri 8th, Aston Martin closed the gap to AlphaTauri to 5 points. Aston Martin still in 9th. Williams score a point, but they remain in 10th, only on 4 points. So those are, guys, your championship standings for today's, or after today's 2022 Belgian Grand Prix. But I think, guys, because I've been live for, 4.5 hours, I think I'll bring the stream to a close. So, firstly, before I do, thank you guys so much for joining me today. Been great to have you along for as long as I've had you here. Whether you've been here for the entire 4.5 hours or you've only been here for 2 hours or so, been great to have you here. And I hope you enjoyed the show today. And yeah, good numbers this weekend, which is good to say and good to see. Not just in terms of views, but sub growth as well. Yeah, a good weekend I've had, thankfully, here on the channel. Another thing I want to say is what my plan for next week is in terms of content. So, tomorrow I will be live at 6 PM UK time for a stream where I'm going to review a couple of the main takeaways or topics that, came with this Grand Prix. So what we're going to get into is probably looking at how Red Bull was so much quicker than Ferrari, but also looking at the Hamilton-Alonso incident, the Leclerc penalty with him, and just how Ferrari messed it up and how, Leclerc messed it up and just how of a shit show that was. So yeah, make sure to join me tomorrow night, guys, at 6 PM UK time for a more in-depth review of the Belgian Grand Prix, or the biggest topics from race day today. And then I'm probably going to upload a video that will be probably recorded from that stream on Tuesday, so you guys that are unable, sorry, to check out the stream can still check out a piece of content from that stream. And then, in regards to next weekend's Grand Prix in Holland, I will be live at 6 p.m. UK time on Thursday for the Dutch Grand Prix preview show. And then the qualifying preview show will take place on Friday at 6 p.m. UK time, about an hour after practice 2 finishes. And then I will be live from 11:45 a.m. UK time on Saturday all the way through until 4:30 p.m. UK time on next Saturday, from 11:45 a.m. until 1 p.m. UK time. I'll be doing a practice 3 watch along. Then from 1 till 3 p.m. I'll be doing build up to qualifying. 3 till 4 p.m. UK time is qualifying itself, and obviously I'll be doing a watch along for that. And then for about half an hour after the session finishes, reacting with you guys to the events of qualifying. And then on Sunday, it'll be the exact same timings as today. I'll go live at 12 p.m. UK time for the race preview that will last until about 1:30 p.m. And then from 1:30 p.m. till 4 p.m. UK time will be the race watch along part of the day. And the race starts, by the way, next Sunday at 2 p.m. UK time. And then, like I have done for the last hour or so, I will react with you guys to the events of the Dutch Grand Prix. And there might be a stream on the Monday after, or the day after, obviously, the Grand Prix, depending on what happens in the Grand Prix in Holland. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. So that is the plan of content for next week. Hopefully you guys can join me for that. And yeah, been great to have you here. Rooksfoot says 4.5 Spa stream, 4.5 hour Spa stream, hashtag YouTube Shorts. Cheers for that. Rooksfoot says might be time to repost them on Twitter, lol. I'm sure people will find them. I've noticed that Ferrari 2020 video keeps getting views the more Ferrari make mistakes. So, yeah, that's interesting to see. But yeah, thank you guys for coming along today. And if you are new to the channel, then don't forget to subscribe for that content coming up next week. And starting tomorrow, obviously, for next week by doing a more in-depth review of the Belgian Grand Prix. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. If you're still watching and you have not smashed the like button yet, then make sure to do so. Been great the amount of likes I've got in the stream today, and as well, don't forget to share this video and channel everywhere you can to help the channel grow. And don't forget as well to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. Don't forget to join my Discord server, link below in the description, and as well check out my latest recorded videos on and yeah, indeed, Rook Evergreen content. And that's why, to be honest, I did that content, because I knew it would come back in relevance. And yeah, make sure to check out some of the recorded videos on my channel, such as the Ferrari ones that Rook has posted in the chat. But guys, cheers for this weekend, and until tomorrow's stream at 6 p.m. UK time, covering some of the big topics from today's Belgian Grand Prix, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.